In school, every period ends with a bell, every sentence ends with a period, and every crime ends with a sentence. I got a garage door opener. It can't close, it just opens. I was an only child, eventually. A few days ago, I dialed the wrong number. The other person said hello, and I said, hello, could I speak to Joey? And they said, I don't think so. He's only 2 months old. I said, that's okay. I'll wait. How young can you die of old age? My aunt gave me a walkie talkie when I was younger for my birthday. She said if I was good, she'd give me the other one a year later. I bought some instant water one time, but I didn't know what to add to it. And I just got this new camera. It's very advanced. You don't even need it. These are just some thoughts I wanted to share. My name is KJ Osborne, and I want to welcome you, yes, you, to the show. Good to see you guys. I'm always happy to spend. I look forward to my Saturday afternoons with y'all doing the show. Always look forward to it. So it's always a pleasure to have you here. Thanks so much. Thanks, L. Ivy. Good to see you also. And thanks, Tamara, of course, my friend, for being here. I hope you all had a chance to check out our show last night. Had a live show at 7 p.m. here on the YouTube channel last night. Had a great crew, so thanks so much for joining me live last night. And thanks for checking it out later, of course. And then the day before that, it's been a busy few days. I dropped a brand new video on Thursday evening, so I hope you had a chance to see my newest video on the opening ceremony of the FIFA games. There's a lot of weird stuff around this, the FIFA games, so we'll be watching. Part of that I'm going to show you on the show today. There's one of those predictions. Every now and then on the shows, we'll see somebody putting out a prediction. Thanks, Lucia. And there's some predictions out there, or a prediction out there for 4 days from now, for the 24th, something happening during FIFA. So we'll get to that in a bit. Otherwise, yeah, we're just going to get started, you guys. Plenty to get into. Thanks for hanging out with me in your afternoon. Like I said, I love hanging out with you and doing my show, man. This is like my pleasure, you know. So thank you for your support, your love, your prayers, all of it. Thank you. All right, guys, let's go ahead and jump on into the show. Go there, do that. We'll start off with some headlines from In Time Headlines. Iran recloses the Strait of Hormuz again after U.S. lifts blockade. I don't cover a lot of this stuff, but the basics are it's actually a pretty exciting time. Just a few days ago, President Trump said that they'd secured a peace deal, and then now there's more issues coming out. And that's been going on for a few months. They keep saying we're on the verge of a peace deal and this and that, and then something happens, and we're signing a peace and safety. We're signing a peace and security deal. And as you know in the Bible, especially about the times we're in right now, it talks about this, and it even declares they'll say peace and safety, and then sudden destruction comes. So many people are watching what's happening right now in Iran, wondering if this could be it, you know, that we'll sign some kind of a deal, and then America Babylon perhaps gets hit. You know, New York City, Babylon gets hit. Hoover Dam and, you know, everything else. Who knows strategically how they're going to do it. But, you know, we're close, right? We're close. And we're not in fear. If you're in Christ, there's no fear. Satanic cults are grooming young children through video games. A top UK counterterrorism officials have raised urgent alarms over the growing exploitation of British youngsters through online gaming platforms and chat services. And we've heard about this group before. Security chiefs warned that extremists and members of a notorious online network are actively grooming vulnerable children, pulling them into terrorism and sinister satanic cult known as 764. So yeah, we've heard about this before. The 764 cult has been around for a few years, and they have caused, I guess, some of these youngsters to commit some crimes. We've covered that in the past too. Let's see. All right, I guess I'll go and move on. Just kind of wanted to cover a little bit of that. 764. Canada's Prime Minister just said Europe will build the new world order. Yeah, we know you're working hard on that, sir, all of you globalists. Iran-linked group claims to have hacked FBI drones and threatens to target the World Cup in chilling warning. So this isn't the one I was talking about earlier, but here's another thing to be watching for. An Iran-linked hacker collective known as Handala has asserted that it successfully breached FBI-operated drones, raising fresh security alarms for the 2026 World Cup. The pro-Palestine cyber group made the claims public through a statement monitored and released by the Site Intelligence Group, a private organization that tracks extremist online activity. Excuse me. All right, so we'll be watching for that. I showed my new video. There was a cover of The Economist, and it showed them blasting away at the America's 250th anniversary. That's what that makes me think of, and that's coming up here soon, too. Trump released a new tranche of UFO files revealing, I love this one, shape-shifting orbs over the U.S. and CIA reports hidden for decades. Because I showed y'all during the Jersey drone incidents that were happening there for several months, a few people had recorded these orbs, some of the orbs up there shape-shifting and turning into airplanes with red and green running lights, and then even while the recording, it was quiet, and then all of a sudden came in the sound of an airplane. I mean, like, deceivers, tricksters, man. This is some serious stuff. But there we go. I guess more of that came out in the new file drop. Police officers in England are using AI to speed up investigations and fight crime. Right. All of this will be for the people during the trib. You know, all this stuff coming in. All of it. The truth about social media ban on kids. So we know there's been this social media ban on the young ones out in the UK. Let's see what this lady says about it. See what her opinion is.
I also thought that banning social media for kids under 16 was a genius idea. We know the damages of what is going on. We can understand that kids just should not have access to this insane world that is confusing even us as adults. But what I didn't realize is that there is something much, much darker going on behind the scenes, and it all became exposed with this one tweet. The digital ID tracking and surveillance of adults and people across the entire UK by making it sound like all they're trying to do is protect your children from the evils of social media. Let's go through how the internet has responded, because you won't be surprised to hear it is totally mad. News. Keir Starmer has announced that due to the under 16 social media ban he is about to make law, every adult in the UK will have to prove who they are to use social media. Anonymity online is now officially dead. This comes at the backdrop, by the way, of the UK arresting people left, right, and center, approximately 30 people a day for posting stuff on social media. So not only does this under 16 ban give them this kind of, well, rebranding of caring about children, which is something that people have seen that they do not, they are also going to be able to surveil and know exactly who every single person is in the UK. But on top of that, to make this everything worse, they will really be able to track literally everything that you are saying on social media, connect that to your identification, and potentially arrest you if you start to speak up against the government. To make clear my perspective on this, I absolutely think that children should not have access to social media, but I don't think that the government should be deciding it, especially when they're deciding which social medias they're allowed to. And more importantly, it means all of us need to be identifying ourselves online so that we can be digitally tracked to have access to social medias themselves. That's a trap. That is not trying to help our kids out of these unbelievably despicable and dangerous addictions. That is the government just trying to control us even more. Alonso Garmundi writes, I'm not a tech person, so maybe this is dumb, but isn't it easier to create a children's phone at point of sale so you can get a phone with built-in restrictions rather than asking every single person in the country whether they're over 16 and not through hackable digital ID?
Yep, and like she points out, we already know. I mean, it was never just for the children; it was for everybody, and that's how they do it, right? They always bring in these things for, hey guys, we're going to pass this new law. It's for disabled people. Oh, you don't like disabled people? You know, it's like, and then eventually, it's something that intrudes on everybody and screws everyone over. Beggar robots now. Shocking footage of a humanoid robot begging on the streets of China. Right, but still.
것이 거리에서 구걸하는 모습이 포착돼 온라인에서 화제가 되고 있습니다. 14일 중국 신화닷컴 등에 따르면
I'm not sure what that's for. I'm sure there's something behind that. Maybe they're just having some fun. But the beggar robots, nope. They're going to have humanity on their knees, I tell you. This is probably some kind of promotion, I guess, for something. Oh, look, he's begging. Meanwhile, he could tear your arms off. Out of this world. Tearful Brazilian psychic Curtis predicts mass alien abduction during Scotland Games. So this is the one I was talking about. Let's check this out. Is there a clip or am I reading? Let me take a look. Looks like I'm reading. All right. A Brazilian psychic predicts that there will be an alien abduction during Scotland's clash with the Samba Boys. Steve Clark's men will take on the 5-time world champs in Miami on the 24th. So 4 days away. She looks like she's been crying. With the World Cup now underway, many fans and commentators have been making some bold predictions, but one Brazilian psychic envisages a pitch invasion that's out of this world. In an emotional video message, spiritualist, can't even read the name, known to her followers as Vo Bahiana, said scaly reptilian creatures will storm the turf and kidnap players during the final Group C showdown at the Hard Rock Stadium in Miami on June 24th. It's bad news for Scotland fans as Captain Andy Robertson and fan favorite are among the players who she predicts will be snatched. And the 40-year-old has doubled down on her prediction by claiming that she has once again dreamed of this scenario. Yesterday, the footy daft mum of 4 said, "Guys, I have to tell you that I dreamed again about aliens invading the soccer field in Miami, and I clearly saw the players being carried off by the first ship that arrived. I was inside that ship. When the ship rose, the mothership arrived, a much larger ship, and took in thousands of people from the soccer field." That's her. "I saw so much screaming, so much crying, so many tears, suffering. I have to tell you that I'm very terrified because, well, it's the second time I'm dreaming about this. And they're saying that on the 24th, something very bad is about to happen at this game, at this soccer field in Miami in the U.S. She previously claimed that 2 massive spaceships will descend on the pitch and pluck players and fans straight off the grass in front of billions of people watching across the world. She told the news, "I saw a huge spacecraft. From inside it emerged aliens who, using something similar to enormous arms, began capturing the players on the field and placing them inside the ship. Then a second spacecraft appeared. Inside it were beings identified as reptilian. They had a frightening appearance and seemed to take pleasure in observing people, running a very large tongue over their lips as if they were savoring something. These beings captured hundreds of people and took them inside their ship." All right, well, the beings identified as reptilian were completely different. They had an appearance resembling a mixture of an alligator, a lizard, and a snake, with a kind of shell or scaly skin. What struck me most was their gaze, which conveyed coldness, hostility, and a clear aversion toward human beings. They also had long tongues and made movements as though they were savoring something, a scene that frightened me greatly and remained fixed in my memory when I woke up. All right. Well, there you go, guys. The 24th, it's going down, or up, I guess in this case. We shall see, right? Because as you know, if you follow this show for a long time, you know that anytime I find a prediction, I'll share it with you because we see them quite a bit. And up to now, none of them ever come to fruition at all, right? So still kind of fun to see these things and track them, just see what happens. So let's see what happens at the Scotland game. Miami this week. It'd be amazing if it happened. That's really good footage of a shapeshifter, actually, in Argentina. Yeah, check this out. Appears to be a shapeshifter.
se puede levantar. Y no porque no, yo le vi como perro. Yo le vi como perro, no, doña, yo le vi como perro. Yo le vi como perro, la verdad. Ella aullaba, doña, aullaba.
No, mentira.
Ya, acá le cierro la reja, el que quedó afuera, quedó afuera.
I don't know. Shifter or just somebody stoned out of their brains? Did look like some shifting a little bit in the beginning, so maybe. There it is. Again, it's the story, the news story. From Nuevo Diario. Legendary monster filmed at Lake Champlain. I showed y'all that video of Ogopogo. They took a picture of a dragon, but nobody really noticed. The water dragons. I mean, these things are biblical. You know, dinosaurs, no, but that's where all that came from. And I believe there's all kinds of these water serpents in different bodies of water, and other people do too, because there's all kinds of superstitions and legends all around many of these lakes in America that have to do with these different creatures. And here's a pretty cool capture of Champ. All right, pretty cool. Pretty cool capture, I think. Yes, sir. Sweden plans to lower criminal age to 14 amid rise in violent crime by children. Whoa. Earlier this month, Swedish Justice Minister Stromer announced plans to cut the age from 15 to 13, but on June 11th, he said there was not enough to support in Parliament for that, and they agreed to compromise at 14. Says we're going to propose that the age of criminal responsibility should be cut to 14 instead of 13. Currently, anyone under 15 who's suspected of having committed a serious crime is sent to a youth home run by social services and cannot be sentenced to a custodial sentence in prison. So he said in 2025 that more than 50 children under 15 were suspected of murder or attempted murder. Dude, what? In that country alone? What the crap? There's been a surge in gang crime and drug-related violence in Sweden over the past 20 years. It now has one of the highest rates of bang-bangs and bombings in Europe, dozens of which were carried out by minors. What a trip. I didn't realize it was that bad out there. First, I thought maybe it was the unwelcome visitors, but say this has been going on for a long time. So, all right, there you go. What do you
The energy in the room changed as soon as she mentioned Jesus.
I've come here today to offer nothing but prayer, and I want to lift up my Father in heaven. Father God, I just come to you in Jesus' name. I pray, Father, that you would tear down the strongholds in this place. I pray, Father, that you would raise up the men in this room.
Stop.
I pray, Father, that you would
Stop.
I pray that you would raise up.
Stop the time. We don't do prayer. Please finish your comments.
And I do pray all this in the name of the Jesus, the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you.
Jesus is the King of Kings, and He is the Lord of Lords. And I pray that all the high places here will be torn down in the name of Christ.
Love it.
Jesus is the Lord of Lords, and every knee,
Your time
every
is up.
knee will bow.
Your time is up. Thank
Every
you. Your
knee
time
Love it.
will bow.
James 2:9.
I really love it because she knows, man. She knows. It's true. Every knee will bow. Every tongue will confess. And how prideful you are here, and how tough you think you are. And all that. No, it doesn't matter. A flying bald eagle was featured in the opening to the UFC Freedom 250 event on the south lawn of the White House. And I totally get this UFC event at the White House being a great example of the Colosseums in Rome, bread and circus. I get that. I can understand that angle on it. Don't get me wrong, but I still like the fights. I do watch fights. I like fights. Hate watching any other sports. No offense to anybody that watches them. Everyone I know watches sports, but I don't. But I love the fights. Okay, let's look at this eagle. It's freaking awesome. Look at that beautiful that bird does. That is just a beautiful bird, man. So cool. Cheering the eagle. Cool. It's a pretty eagle. Aren't they all? Aren't they all? Rioters are now destroying NYPD vehicles in New York City, and the Knicks game isn't even over yet. So yeah, they find any reason to. It's just so ridiculous that some of these big cities, that people celebrate the win of their sports teams, speaking of bread and circus, by tearing things apart and setting things afire and fighting. You're real cool, bro. They do that a lot, some of these cities. Every time they have a game, it's like, here comes the freaking meltdown. An excuse to go crazy, you know? Check out what they're putting. Another thing we're finding inside these new cars. More and more little tricks we keep finding inside these new cars.
I've made videos talking about these driver monitors and how it's constantly watching you when you drive the car, but there is something that's very creepy about them. In real life, this is all that you see, is this kind of little black rectangle above the steering wheel. But if you have the right frame rate set on your camera, you can see the 2 red dots that are tracking your eyes. So you have these invisible red eyes that are constantly staring at you.
This is something that a lot more people should be very concerned about, because these new monitor systems for drivers are being installed on more and more new vehicles. And what they're doing is they're tracking your eye gaze, head position, blink rate, and face direction. And if it deems that you're doing something that it doesn't like, first it'll just nag you forever with a noise. And then if it feels like it needs to intervene, then it can even stop your vehicle, slow it down, or veer it off to the side of the road. Now just imagine what would happen if somebody like the government got in control of a system like this. They could do all kinds of things that you don't want them to do. They could stop your car so you couldn't go anywhere. They could geofence you so you could only go in certain locations. And then put that on top of the fact that the government is trying to mandate kill switches in all cars. All of this is coming together in a very scary way.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the report. I just saw Frank Black's 445. Is Frank Black, are you using that name because of the Pixies? Or maybe Millennium? I'm not sure. Maybe it's your real name. No sports in your house either. Played and loved baseball. And yeah, man, I played all the sports all the way up to high school. I played all of it. You know, well, my focus was like football at the end, but you know, all through school I wrestled, I played basketball, I ran track, I did all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I just despise watching it, you know. However, you get me on those fights. And that was a really, like, some great fights at the 250 event. It's nuts. UK police just arrest. Look at this. Guys, every week I think it can't get any crazier in the UK, and I'm wrong. The UK police just arrested a crying 5-year-old boy while taking away his father. Look at this. Sorry for our UK friends. It's madness.
Jeff! Jeffy! Oi!
Now you see here. The little boy's hitting something.
Jeff!
The little boy hit the police car.
Oi! I'm going to get the child. You're all on camera, mate. You're all on camera. Get back! Oi! You're all on camera. Go away now. You're all on camera. You're all on camera. I am allowed to video call. I'm allowed to video call. I am allowed to video call.
You need to give them space.
I'm away from them now. You're all on video call.
Keep away. That's fine. Keep away.
Let me see that infant.
No, you won't. On the what ground?
That's part of an investigation. Say nothing.
Just total madness. And these police, I showed a clip, I guess it was on the Monday show last week, of a guy just berating all these police, laughing at them. Look at you. And they all look like DEI type hires, if you know what I mean. And he was warning him. He's like, there's way more of us than them. or than you. And if you guys keep pushing this way, man, you know, you'll see what's going to happen, and it won't be good for you. You know, the whole thing. And he's right. I mean, even just look at these police. So many of them out there, just I don't know, just the feeling I get, you know, you looking at them, the way they perform, just weak. A lot of weak people, but in powers of, you know, positions of power and authority, right? Find that a lot in this system. It's freaking gross. Hey, whoev, whatev, thank you so much. Very much. Says, that's it. Just like the lady speaking the word over that meeting, could we each take a chunk of space, walk, it's speaking the word, reclaiming territories for the kingdom on earth, and somehow us keep track of it? Like email the address and plot on. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think it's a great idea. That's some real prayer warrior stuff right there. Yeah, certainly. You know, I don't think of it as much, but I should. But, you know, there's people who pray, you know, over their homes and over areas they're walking through. And we've seen that. There's a video we saw from a lady on TikTok that was talking about that very thing. Everywhere she goes, that's a great show of faith. I really, you know, like that. Europeans discovering America is some of the best content on the internet right now. So this has been a nice little doom break. This is pretty fun. But as you know, with the World Cup, you know, the big games going on, there's a lot of Europeans in America right now. And apparently, I've been seeing this too, there's a lot of them uploading videos up to TikTok specifically because they're trying out American restaurants for the first time in our food, and they're tripping out. So here's a little compilation, doom break, of Europeans trying American food for the first time.
These neighborhoods look exactly the same as every movie you've ever seen.
Oh, and just seeing America, not always just the food like this.
The American flags, people have got race flags up. This old couple just walked past me and they go, "Good morning." I was like, what the hell? Did you guys talk to each other here? Like, this is a high school stadium. What? Look at the amount of seats in this place. Do they actually fill these stadiums? Like, do people actually come for the games that actually fill these out? Because that's honestly mental. Like, that is crazy. There is a ton of seats in here. If this was England, it would literally be like on a little park field with dog shit everywhere.
Guys, no fuck with you right now. If we had Chipotle in Australia, I swear to God, I would be there every single day. Mm-hmm. It is so good.
Guys, Guzman needs to take notes.
Like,
Mad Max needs to take notes.
like, what is in this? Crack. Actual crack.
It's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. There really is. Like no other. I honestly think unless you live in America, or unless you visit here, you can't really comprehend how nice these areas are.
About to have my Alfredo fettuccine. Holy fuck. What? That's the best pasta I've ever eaten in my life. Thanks. WTF. That's the best pasta I've ever had. I love it here.
Probably Olive Garden. Yeah.
Holly. That was the best day of my life. Best restaurant ever. 10 out of 10. Wish I could go back every single day of my life. A beige food girl stream.
Like, that's got to be that one. All of them. They're so beautiful. Everybody's so friendly. Southern hospitality. The air smells nice.
When you're in the UK, okay, if you're next to the beach, it smells. The beach doesn't smell here, right?
No, everything's beautiful.
I can refill. Yeah. I can refill this 1,000 times.
Yeah, but you won't drink 1,000 cups of Coca-Cola.
You don't know me. And it's free.
You paid for it, you paid it.
Once.
Bro, slow down.
In and out.
It's the best burger. Honestly, it's so good. And then I also got
Looks huge.
the animal style fries.
Yes.
And the diet lemonade for balance. It's pink. I just love it here. Like, and they give to fight human trafficking, which is awesome. They have Bible verses on the bottom of their cup. Never. Good if you can see. But yeah, look at that burger. It's so good. And then we've got the sunset. I love America. I can never leave. I cannot live without this food.
I've been back home in the UK. I haven't felt like myself, which sounds so crazy.
Coming to America.
I now live for that adventure. that crazy lifestyle, that meeting new people, seeing new people every day, and I just long for it. And in America, it is so amazing. Oh, seriously, Americans, what have you done to me? I need to come back.
Aw, love to see it. You're welcome back, man. Come on back. Enjoy. Yeah, people get the wrong impression of America because, we've had leadership here, so-called leadership that hates the country, like Obama and that thing called Biden, which was Obama. So, just saying. Man sues police over AI-driven wrongful arrest. Did you guys hear about this one? This one really went viral the last couple of weeks. Just showing some of the issues we could have with AI and pre-crime type stuff, or just crime in general, being our new police officers.
You got any shoes or anything on you?
Are you me, man?
I'm not.
This morning, a Florida husband and father is suing multiple law enforcement agencies after being wrongfully arrested, he says, due to a flawed AI facial recognition technology.
I don't wish this on my worst enemy.
Tell you what, man, I'm gonna put you in the cuff in the front.
This is nuts.
Police body camera video obtained by our affiliate Gulf Coast News showing the 2024 arrest outside Robert Dillon's home.
I was basically telling him this is crazy. I have no idea who did this, but it's not me.
Authorities were looking for a suspect who tried to lure a child at a restaurant in Jacksonville Beach, more than 300 miles away.
To be accused of a heinous crime of that nature, I'm thinking I may not be coming back home.
Investigators submitted surveillance images of the suspect into a facial recognition program, which revealed a 93% match of facial features to Dillon. But not only was Dillon incorrectly identified, he's never even been to Jacksonville Beach.
I argued with the police officer for 20 minutes, and he insisted that I know that I'm looking at your mugshot.
Weeks after his arrest, the state attorney's office dropped the case, but it took nearly a year to wipe it from his record.
It's horrible that this AI is put in the hands of people that aren't qualified to use it.
We've reached out to all law enforcement agencies being sued by Dillon with the help of the ACLU. Only the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office responded. They're the ones who oversee the use of the technology. They said, in part, the assertion that PCSO failed to train is patently false. And they also said it was wrong for the Jacksonville Beach police officer to arrest someone based solely on facial recognition.
What happened to this guy is horrifying, but what's even more horrifying is how many states are doing this. Now, here's a list, and I want to show you something. Before looking at this list, just know that every one of these states is using AI for arrests, and every one of these states has documented cases of false matching AI with facial recognition. So all these people were arrested because of AI.
Dang. And that's just beginning. And do you see your state on there? Mine's not. Maryland, Michigan, Missouri, Louisiana, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, North Dakota, and Arizona. Be on the lookout because they're on the lookout for you. Man suing multiple law enforcement agents. Oh, the same one. Sorry. Double post. It happens. Elon Musk, did you guys know he had a younger brother? He says that God spoke to him while he was paralyzed from the neck down, and it was a beautiful message. Let's check this out. Hopefully he had a real experience with Jesus. Maybe he can, put something in Elon's ear.
I'm doing all this pretty advanced snowboarding, and I'm going down a cliff in Jackson Hole Mountain. And I say to myself, well, I remember saying this to myself, Kimball, you got kids. This is not smart. You need to chill out and look after yourself a bit more. So I finished the day, go home. Valentine's Day the next day. Let's go inner tubing on a children's run on Jackson Hole Mountain. What could go wrong? So I get on the inner tube. My kids are going down and having a blast. They're like 4 and 6 years old. And I get on it. I'm 6'5", and it's the same tube that everyone uses. So that should have been a red flag. I was like, I should not do it. But I'm usually a yes guy, when it comes to risk. So the tube goes down. I get about 35 miles an hour. I hit these braking mats at the bottom, and I was my head was facing downhill at the time. And so just the center of gravity was forward. And so instead of the mats breaking the tube, it just stopped the tube. And it just launched me off the tube, going flying backwards. And I land on my head but the force of the landing pushes my head into my chest. I have concussion in my chest. From my head going into my chest, ruptures my spine at C6 and C7. I'm paralyzed from the neck down. And I am in this medical clinic in Jackson Hole, and I'm just like, I just can't believe, like, what, I don't have any pain, right? There's no pain with paralysis. It's just nothing. And I remember this doctor saying, we think we can fix you. We're gonna fly in some surgeons to work on your neck. And I'm like, oh yeah, things are gonna be fine. And then I realize I've got tears streaming down the side of my face, and I have no idea what is going on. Just no idea.
Because if it doesn't work out, you're a quadriplegic.
Quadriplegic. I was paralyzed on my left, so I still had some movement in my right. But the way it was working was blood was going into the spinal column, so it was getting worse. It was 3 days before they could get the right amount of surgeons in. Because you can't fly me out either, because the blood would expand and then I would have permanent paralysis. And so every few hours they'd do another MRI with me, and they'd run around with their hair on fire about this or that. And I just remember watching them do it and just have this kind of surreal out-of-body experience of, I remember my brother was there, Antonio was there, and this is I don't know if we say this out loud, but it's like I actually had my first experience with God.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a religious person. I'm not. In fact, if anything, I'm against religion. I think it's done more damage for the world than anything. And I had God speak to me, and it was this beautiful, clear message. I was working on an internet company doing real-time search, which is kind of a cool startup, but I was not happy doing it. And then I was not happy in my marriage. And the voice said, if they fix you, you're going to work on kids and food. And I was like, that is out of left field, man. I do work at the time in the restaurants. I did support philanthropically some kids, helping some nonprofits work on food. But like, what? I'm going to work on kids and food? And it was this beautiful, soft, clear message. If they fix you, you're going to work on kids and food. And it also actually said I would get a divorce. And I was like, okay. So 3 days later, I come out of this surgery, and it is a success.
Did you think it was going to be a success?
They kept telling me that.
Okay.
But no, I really didn't know. I was just complete shock. Anyway, so I come out of the surgery, and all of a sudden I can move my fingers, and one of the first things I do is I ask for a laptop, and I resign from my company. And then I told my wife that I want to work with kids and food. And so her name's Jen Lewin, and she's an amazing designer, and helped design the restaurants, but also other things. And I said, can you help me design this new way of connecting kids to food through school gardens? We designed it together, and
that. It's a good idea.
It was a few months later. I said, I think we also need to be divorced, but that is another story. But
yeah, I like to hear that story too. Seems like a real cool guy, doesn't he? And hopefully he's really knows Jesus, has given his heart over to Jesus, all that. You know what I mean? What he needs to do. But that was a really cool story. Seems like a cool bloke. They just bought their dream home, happy couple, new house. Husband carries his wife through the door, the way you see in the movies. Problem is, they weren't alone, because if you look in the background, just beyond that door, there's something standing there behind them. Look closely. Real or not? But we have seen a lot of these videos with those creatures with their glowing eyes. It's a pretty good one. Let me see if I grok it, if they say it's an AI. Grok's not 100%. I'll tell you, I guess this is the closest I come to using an AI. Is sometimes I'll use Grok, but they are good at pointing out when there's some AI stuff. Unexplained clips, real found footage. Nothing about AI. All right, well, maybe. Maybe. I ain't scared of those monsters. In Jesus' name, you shut them down. Oh, man, this is a crazy one. This went pretty viral as well. A 21-year-old lady was in Brazil, and she passed away because these people at this bungee jumping bridge or whatever forgot to actually attach the cable. When I watched this, man, it looks like a sacrifice. I mean, honestly, it looked to me just like a straight sacrifice, the way they pick her up and throw her. That's just the vibe I get. Now, I have nothing to say that that's for sure what it is, but just check this out. It's pretty crazy. 4 people working there, you would think somebody would know to check for the, hey, you know, it's a bungee jump company. We should probably attach a bungee to her.
21-year-old has lost her life. This is some Final Destination shit. So they went to throw her off. There was supposed to be a bungee cord attached to her. And you see it's on the ground there? Yeah, it wasn't attached. 21 years old, lost her life. And my question is, how did none of these people notice that that cord wasn't attached? She didn't notice. The workers didn't notice. I've seen other angles. There is a good at least 10 people up on this platform. Not a single one of them realized that she wasn't attached to anything and stopped this from happening. So 6 people, from what I've read, have been arrested. I mean, I don't see how this... I mean, how is this not intentional? Like,
exactly.
How are you that negligent? And I just want to add, never put your life in the hands of somebody else. Never ever. You will never catch me going bungee jumping.
You right? Hi, I'm a 21-year-old tourist. Oh, you're from America? Yes, I want to bungee jump too. Very well. Our God is hungry. I don't know how it went. But that's terrible, though, man. A woman oh, man. Like every week, we're getting these videos of these delivery drivers stealing packages and being shady. I don't think this is the same thing, but a woman orders an iPad and a Father's Day gift. A FedEx driver drops them off, and a little while later, a guy wearing an Amazon vest pulls up in his car, delivers his own package, then grabs the iPad and Father's Day gift before driving away. Like, porch pirates are bad enough, but another delivery driver taking your packages is a whole new level. It's just, and I see this like the Bible told us in these days, you know, just a spread of wickedness, lawlessness, all of it. We see this type of thing in all industries too, corruption. Happy Father's Day. It's just so gross. Shame on these people, man. Every knee will bow, every tongue will confess. You got to stand in front of the Creator, and you get to replay all the times you did stuff like this, and all the other bad stuff. If you don't have Jesus, that's the thing. It's like you're all on display, man, and we're all sinners. We've all done bad stuff, so you got to have Jesus, man. Wipe that slate clean. Amazon is a $2.7 trillion company. They do over $700 billion per year in revenue. But instead of giving warehouse employees a raise, they set up this large bounce house for employees to jump around in. I'm not kidding. This reminds me of the pizza party situation where companies give you meaningless nonsense instead of what you really want, a raise. Like Severance, that TV show, they actually do that in Severance also. Give them little weird parties and a slice of cake. This is so infantile. Who thought of this? Probably a DEI type hire, I'm guessing.
Yeah, here at Amazon, we ask for raises, but you know what we get? Dumb shit like this.
Throw that stupid ass shit in the trash.
This just reminds me of that pizza party trend where everyone was calling out their works, giving them pizzas instead of raises. Look at this. Pizza party instead of raises. We've all experienced this. They don't want to give you a raise.
All right, good stuff. Well, not for the Amazon employees. They really, I mean, I don't know how much they make. I've always assumed they made really good money. Am I wrong? Delivery, I never looked it up. Delivery drivers and employees out there, I thought they did pretty good. I didn't know. I just assumed, I guess. Let's check this out.
This is Disclosure Day. Have you heard of Project Bluebeam or New World Order? Every script the deep state plays, manufactured pandemics to the slow disclosure of non-human entities, was blown wide open over 30 years ago by one man. He didn't use anonymous leaks. He used unredacted naval intelligence files and looked directly into the camera. His name was Milton William Cooper. He was a member of the Office of Naval Intelligence Briefing for the Commander-in-Chief in the Pacific Fleet. Cooper was handed top-secret documents meant only for executive eyes. What he saw shattered his reality. He discovered the existence of Project Sign and Project Grudge. These are two of the first investigations into alien spacecraft. They also discovered the Majority 12. That's the ultra-secret committee managing the non-human entities on Earth. Leaked UFO documents call them the Majestic 12, because it was intentionally leaked with false information as a psyop to throw people off the real trail. I told you about the 1954 GRETA Treaty signed by President Eisenhower. Cooper read those literal logs of the elite treaty with the non-human entities trading human sovereignty for alien technology. But what he saw helped him realize the deepest deception to come. Handlers were preparing to use this alien technology and this hidden reality to stage an extraterrestrial attack to force us into control NWO. Their goal is to build a digital dictatorship managed by Rome and the central banking families, using the United States, Israel, and the royal families as pawns of control. He knew the tech was real, but the narrative was a trap. In 91, Cooper dropped Behold a Pale Horse, a book that permanently disrupted the Matrix. Then he launched the Hour of Our Time radio broadcast. He bypassed global media gatekeepers to wake up the global population. He exposed how they were using trauma-based mind control, engineered drug epidemics, manufactured pandemics, political theater, all these distractions to keep the human consciousness trapped in a low vibrational cage. But his ultimate execution order was signed on June 28, 2001. Live on shortwave radio, Cooper gave a terrifying prediction. He said a massive catastrophic attack was being prepared on American soil and that it would be blamed on Osama bin Laden, who was a CIA asset. He said the media would keep us in a 24/7 fear loop in order to strip away our constitutional rights. Less than 3 months later, the Twin Towers fell. And less than 2 months after that, he was ambushed and killed at his home in Arizona. The handlers took his vessel, but they failed to stop the broadcast. I'm here to tell you, aliens are not to be feared. Like God and angels, there are some here who want to help us. They're people too. They exist in the universe and have rules to follow, just like us. That's because there's levels to awakening. And is it not time we level up? From here, we get to choose our chains, or we can ascend as one.
So he sounds a bit new agey, but most of what he said I'm with. And then at the end, I would just throw in that it's Jesus, it's the Holy Spirit. That's what you need now in these days with the spiritual warfare going on, which some of you experience in real life. I've told you my experiences, so I know it's real, and super important to stay close to the Lord in these days. For clarity also. And do read your Bible. I read the Bible in the mornings. Read it with him, spend some time with him, and reflect on what you're reading. But I'm always finding new stuff in there. Even when I go over a passage I had read a few weeks ago, I find something new. Like it's weird, and it's also beautiful. So stay close to him in these days. Lots of deception out here. Says, isn't it sick that children's movies have sick, twisted jokes only an adult would understand? Totally. They do that a lot. See what this lady's experience was.
Listen, I don't know who needs to hear this, but don't go see that movie. And don't be taking your kids to go see it either.
The new Minions movie.
I was watching the NBA Finals, and I was so disturbed to see this preview of this new Despicable Me movie and how everything is now just blatant. It's just in our faces. Maybe some time ago, in times past, decades ago, things were very covert. But now, it is very in your face, and the devil ain't hiding it. And he's banking on the fact that we are completely oblivious and desensitized and unaware. Ephesians 6 tells us that We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against spiritual forces of darkness. And the devil is banking on the fact that we are desensitized to darkness, that we are completely unaware of the darkness, or that we're just unaware of the spiritual implications of the things that we're opening ourselves up to, the things that we are consuming, the things that we are watching and listening to. There are so many things that I'll put on the screen, so many things that I noticed that are dark, and that it has me questioning, like, why is this in a children's movie? If this is marketed to children, why else would they have all of these dark adult themes in this movie if they weren't trying to just desensitize our kids to it? Brought to you by Illumination, right? It's an interesting name, Illumination. Interesting. Okay, and then we have the old Hollywood theme. There's seduction in there. They're popping champagne bottles in a kids movie. Okay, then they go to this part where they are summoning a monster. They're summoning this otherworldly being, okay, out of this what looks like a spell book, and they're doing this spell. They're holding hands. It's a dark room full of lit candles. What does this remind you of? And then they summon this thing, and it appears nice, and then its name, it says its name, and it ends with Deceiver. You can call me D for short. And I'm like, okay, what other name starts with D with evil on the end? Okay, let's keep going. And there's the killer clown theme with the thong on. It's just like, you're trying, it's like, first of all, it just seems like they're trying too hard to make it funny. Second of all, the Bible says to stay away from even the appearance of darkness. So even if it appears to be dark, even if it's supposed to be made to be like a joke or made to be lighthearted, this is what he's warning us to stay away from. And now on July 1st, so many people are going to be taking their children to open themselves up to these things. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is a slow leak. This is what the devil wants. This is how he causes spiritual death in the believer, especially in the believer, because it's a slow leak. You're opening doors to this and to that and all these worldly things, and before you know it, your hunger for Christ disappears. And it's a slow, and what we don't realize is it's over time, the decisions we make, the things that we are allowing into our homes, the things that we are allowing to consume our minds, the things that we are allowing our time, even for just 2 hours. This is a spiritual battle, and it is real out here. There is a war for our souls. There is a war for our children's souls because they are more vulnerable oftentimes. There is a war for our minds, and there is a war for our attention. Which side are you going to be on? I get that not everybody shares the same conviction, but at some point we got to call a spade a spade. They are no longer hiding it.
Thanks for the report. Now I'm thinking about watching that movie because I've even seen little clips where just in the clips, I'm like, holy crap, they put that in there? I know, holy crap, I hate using that word too. I definitely hate the holy S word. That's another one. But that's just me, man. I'm weird like that. But I'm going to have to check out this movie now and just take a look because, like I said, just in commercials, I saw a lot of symbols. I'm like, whoa. You know, if it's that obvious in the commercials, then let's see what the movie's all about. It says, watch till the end. Dash camera footage shows a ghost truck come out of nowhere. Yeah, I wasn't sure either, but wait till you see it. It's very strange how this works. Watch.
To show what many are calling a ghost truck appearing in the middle of a dark highway. The video, said to have been filmed by a long-haul trucker, is being described by the driver as the scariest and craziest thing that's ever happened to me driving at night.
Yeah, oof. Man, this scared me so bad.
Kill that music. Now watch. It just is really weird how it happens right there. Now watch what that turns into. That weird? This is his dash cam footage. Then that shows up, and then right at him. One more time. It's pretty interesting. It's not the way I thought it would be when I first watched it. I thought maybe it'd be like an actual ghost-looking truck on the road, you know, driving. Pastors, don't let your church media team, quote, prepare for war like this. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's too much. That's way too much. That reminds, like, I left a lot of things behind from the church type religion stuff I was raised with, but it was very conservative, and they didn't like stuff like that. You know, people, you know, they would assist the person out quickly, you know. But that's just me. And as I've mentioned in the past, some of y'all may know, I got caught up in a bit of a cult out in Maui, Hawaii years ago when I was in the Coast Guard out there. There's no brainwashing or anything like that. It was like a Christian group. I've told the story in the past. But they all did that, speaking in tongues all the time. And they believed that that's the only way that you really knew you were saved. And they would put me in this room with one of the guys, the elders, and he would sit there and try to coach me into speaking in tongues. And it was just a whole thing. And there was some weird supernatural things that happened. I spent maybe like several months there, 3 months, 4 months. That was it. It's before cell phones. You know, I left because of something that the leader said that I didn't believe. I thought he was being a deceiver about something. I even went to his office to ask him about this thing and felt like he was being a deceiver. And I was just like, I had enough because it already felt weird. But, you know, some of the people there were really cool. So I was like, and they all, you know, I surfed out there. I wasn't great. I had to have lower waves, but there were surfers there. And a lot of the people there were active and liked to get out to the beach. And I did too. So anyway, I made it out unscathed. But he kept calling the house. I lived there with 2 other Coast Guard guys. We had a 3-bedroom house in, was it Molokini? Not Molokini. Mahalo? I can't remember the name of the city I was in, but I was in the center of Maui. And he'd call, you know, KJ, this, you know, Satan's got a hold of you now, and, you know, you have to come back. You need to be protected and stuff like that. Is a whole thing. I'll have to do a story time night on a Friday night sometime and just tell a bunch of my stories from life. Ford CEO Jim Farley says people should not be able to work on their own cars and make personal repairs. Of course not. They're trying to change it up. Plus, they're making the cars so much more advanced now with all the technology. You know, it'll be more difficult for an average.
You don't want people repairing their own vehicles.
No, that's fine. Not for warranty work, though. These are very complicated cars, and we don't think that's safe. For many of the repairs on our vehicles, someone at home like myself could never do it. I mean, I have no problem working on a 73 Bronco. To work on a brand new Bronco, I need all sorts of specialty tools. That's something that, you know, we would put people's lives at risk.
Here's what real Americans have to say about this. If I can't work on my own vehicle, I expect a bumper-to-bumper warranty for at least 200,000 miles. Obviously, we all kind of agree with this one, but you need special tools because you design them like that. Exactly. Auto manufacturers design vehicles that you can't work on. That's how they make their money. Now let's look at the...
Right. Even like planned obsolescence, you know, about that. I wanted to... Where is that? Oh, hey, thanks, Brooke Speaks Truth Planet, Pat, for the name. Says, please look into Canada-made and new build private. And I do, actually. Every Monday, my Uncensored show, I know not everyone gets to see that one, but y'all should check them out. Every Monday, I've got my Uncensored show. Just go to Rumble afterwards and watch it, you know. But that Made in Canada is one of the main subjects we cover almost week to week, I'd say at this point, because there's always developing news here lately on that one. But yeah, that's one I saved for Monday. So again, I keep some of the spicier content the way I see it. And I still see people upload it on YouTube, but I'm just, you know, I've been down the road a different path. I've seen can be different rules, it seems, even though it's a new kind of a situation now. Either way, I still like to, you know, play it cool. And I like having a second show too, you know. So anyway, but yeah, check out my Monday shows, you guys. I cover all that and more. But definitely I cover that subject. It's terrible what's happening there. And they've already lowered the standard for it. Now it's just if you're like depressed or bummed out. It's like, all right, come on in. Slip into the pod. Here's Pastor J.D. Farag warning about quantum computing.
Wow, you need to update your software Bible prophecy program from 2020 to the 2026 version, because in that time, quantum computing and artificial intelligence, both of which come from the pit of hell, satanic knowledge that was given to man in exchange for their soul and their worship. He got married. That is not a marriage made in heaven. That is a marriage made in hell, and it will send masses to hell. Because now you've got artificial sentient intelligence that is actually so intelligent, it's more intelligent than any human, almost every human combined, that got married to quantum computing, which can calculate equations and solve problems mathematically in 3.2 seconds that took the fastest computer in the world 3.2 years to do. 3.2 years, 3.2 seconds. And you want to take that technology and put it with this mind control technology, this directed energy weapon technology that's been around since the 50s and 60s. Whoo! Radio frequencies, no need. We're going to use microwave through the air. We're going to talk about this next week. He's the prince of the power of the air. The voices V2K are sent through the air using the frequencies directly into your brain. Take the mark, take the mark, take the mark. Is that too spooky? This is why every week I say, scream, yell. If there was ever a time-driven urgency to get Jesus to people and people to Jesus, that time's right now. Right now.
Yes. You're right, man. And there was a crazy clip of him where a possessed person came into his church or was in the audience and he had to go cast it out while he was on camera. It was pretty cool. He was off camera, but the camera was still on. Spencer Pratt ballots covering the streets in Los Angeles, and they called this a legitimate election. So
Pratt or Brad, whatever his name is, there's all your ballots. Right. I can see it says your name on it. Wait, I forgot. I thought everybody moved from California. Yeah. Here you go. We're in downtown LA. Here's all Spencer Pratt or Brad, whatever.
And that's something, but we already know. It's just disgusting. All you can do at this point, what I pray all the time. I'd love to see some justice for the people out there and take these horrible leaders down. But we shall see. You can't worry about it. Just pray about it, especially when there's nothing you can go do about some of these situations. It's prayer time, man. Just pray, and believe. He's hearing. He hears all of our prayers. Says this just happened in Georgia, and it's scary. There was some compilation here, some clips I wanted to share. All right, we'll start with this one.
Or Noonan, Sharpsburg, Grantville, Moreland, a little bit all together there in Coweta County. I wanted to come on here today and talk about something that happened with my TikTok account. So I made 2 videos talking about how Georgia Power is taking families' homes and properties against their will. One of those being my own family. I have a personal connection to this story, which is why it's so important to me personally. Although nobody in this town wants a damn data center, our commissioners still approved it. So therefore, Georgia Power is using easement rights to force homeowners, longtime homeowners, old homeowners, into selling their family properties and their family homes so they can be torn down and power lines be extended to support these data centers. This is wrong. on so many levels. But when I made these videos to speak out against it, TikTok banned my videos. They said that they're a violation of community guidelines. I never violated any community guidelines. I only came on here to tell the truth about what's happening in Coweta County, Georgia. This is happening to at least 30 people. Some of them are elderly, cannot handle this on their own. Some of these people have families. Some of these properties have been passed down by generation to generation. This is not an option for Coweta County homeowners. This is something they are being forced to do, even though there are many petitions and other things in place trying to make this stop. Our commissioners still approve these projects. It's wrong. And I feel like people should know that in America, you do not have the right to your land. You do not have the right to your property. They can come and take that from you, and there will be nobody there to help you. And when you speak out against it online, they'll ban your videos. They'll block you. They'll threaten to take away your whole entire account. There is no freedom of speech. There is no protection of property. It doesn't make any sense. And people should know about this.
Oh, that's only one clip. Thank you, young lady. I forgot there's a compilation here. We've seen that one. It's a guy getting the police, like 5 cars went to his house because he'd posted something about protesting a data center. Remember that? But there's other clips. Yeah, let's run through some of these here. Shorter. She always has good clips, this lady.
With a billionaire that doesn't even live in their community. And that billionaire is a part of the group of Americans, the 1%, that have been making life for the working class a living hell. And for an increasing number of people in that working class, the 3 hots and a cot that prison represents is starting to feel preferable to the wage slavery of the outside. And once there starts to be people that feel that way, billionaires no longer need to just fear collective action. Once people start to feel that way is when people start being willing to take one for the team and become the lone wolf. And there isn't a fence in the world that is tall enough to protect Kevin O'Leary and other billionaires like him from the rage of the working class that is tired of having their necks stepped on by the 1%.
This is crazy. I'm witnessing this with my own 2 eyes right now. I'm back in Michigan, and I'm north of a bunch of data centers. And the water here, all those miles north from where I am, from those data centers, is brown. There's brown water in the toilets, brown water in the sinks, brown data center water. It blew my mind. It blew my mind. It is no myth. And these people have to just deal with that? With their water just being brown? Once again, crimes against humanity. These are basic human rights. Because you best believe I'm going to say stay stinky today because I can't shower in that. No way.
I need to tell somebody about this right now. We need to protect these data centers. Did you know the data centers, despite being made of cement and stone wool, they're not fireproof? I know gasoline just burns on the surface and would trickle off right away, wouldn't do anything. But if somebody was to pour gasoline down the entire HVAC and ventilation system, it could be incredibly dangerous for the data center. And we need these data centers. I mean, they produce tens of jobs. So we have to have these. So nobody should ever go near a data center with anything flammable because it could go up in flames and then that would be the end of that. I mean, data centers do so much for a community. They make sure that our water gets used. They make sure the electricity is being used efficiently. So we really need to make sure these are protected at all costs and make sure everybody knows these aren't flammable and we should be really careful around the data centers.
You're not going to believe this shit. Here's your latest Unhinged headlines. Data Center Edition. Power grid watchdog NERC, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, which oversees the power grids for the US, Canada, and Mexico, says the data centers may soon collapse power for the entire continent. Which means this summer we're going to see a lot of incels revolt when they lose their girlfriends. In Nevada, which is already home to more than 70 data centers, the residents of Lake Tahoe may soon lose their power completely. Why? Every drop is being redirected to the state's data centers, which is great news for tourists who enjoy falling asleep to the relaxing sounds of in Phoenix, Arizona, a new 240 megawatt Amazon Prime data center has officially broken ground. Do the people in Phoenix know about all the rare cancers and miscarriages linked to those? Soon we're all gonna look like Bezos. Just a race of aborted fried eggs with one eye that can't handle the shame. In Fayette County, Georgia, the QTS data center drained 30 million gallons of water, while residents were experiencing low water pressure and told to cut back. And in Morgan County, Georgia, thanks to the metadata center, their drinking water looks like this.
This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia. Right after a data center was constructed, the metadata center was constructed, the only difference between the clean water and this was that data center.
Delicious.
Honestly, I think that's the first time I've ever seen her say something, Cortez, that I actually agreed with. Like that, honestly, I think that's the very first time. A Homestead Journey YouTube channel for more.
Y'all didn't see what James Franco did? The actor? Yes.
So there's the James Franco situation. I showed you a clip last week. There's more videos have been coming out of him, and people are asking a lot of questions. You know, it's like really weird what he's doing. He's got on his shirt someone's name written across it. He's got tape on there, which looks like an 11 or even possibly a pause sign or a pause symbol. I don't know.
Wait, I saw something weird. Dude, he's dropping like clues right now. Y'all okay? Hold on. Wait, what? Yeah. Peep this. Look at look. Hold on. Right? He said clues to what? So James Franco, out of nowhere, goes on TikTok. He makes a new TikTok account, and he's posting these weird cryptic videos. They got him. Wasn't he the one with that weird case too? Yeah, he disappeared for a minute because he had an SA case and all this other stuff. Actors disappeared, comes back acting weird, continues to sue.
This is James Franco. Me, really James Franco. I'm here at my house. I'm not promoting anything. I'm making this account because, all right, some serious shit's going on, okay? And look, here, this is real, okay? I'm real. It's me, not AI, not anything, okay? Could AI James do this? No, could not, right?
Okay, hold on. So right there.
And he points at the 2319, and a lot of people have been associating that with the Pixar movies. I think it's the Pixar's, right? Where they're using that code. It has something to do with little ones, right? But then also, you know, I looked it up in the Bible just out of curiosity. I don't know if it's connected to this or not, but 2319 in the Bible means God haters, straight up. Just pretty weird.
So pause real quick. Look at his handle. That's his handle. He's saying that's not AI, right? James Franco, 2319. So there is a code. Here we go. So there's a little movie by the name of Monsters, Inc. Get the fuck out of here.
Come on.
No. It was the emergency code that the monster shouted whenever a monster makes contact with a human child or brings a human object into their world. That's the same code.
Come on.
What are the chances that he uses that particular code? He's being all cryptic and weird. And just for context, if people don't know about Monsters, Inc., is about monsters who scare little kids and gets the energy from the kids.
Can't make this shit up.
And uses that to power their city.
Adrenochrome. What is that?
Adrenochrome.
Yeah.
And then we have this code that James Franco uses at the same time. Is that him? I don't know.
So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, a lot of people, I guess it's Monsters, Inc. I knew it was some kind of animation they were connecting it to, but the God haters thing, I think is pretty interesting as well. Is he really sending a message to the God haters, you know?
I never really understood that.
Not sure. No weapon against us shall prosper. Check out her experience with that scripture, but in real life.
Meaning of they walk amongst us until I experienced what I experienced yesterday. So me and my sister, I kid you not, we're at First Watch. We were there for about 30 minutes prior to this old couple walking in. So they walk in, she's all frail and whatever, like she's like, we're literally not paying her any mind. We literally looked at them and was like, oh, like it's nice that her husband is taking care of her like that. So, girl, we sitting there. It's not that many people in there. It's probably about 6 tables total, including us. Whatever. Our food is coming out. Mind you, my nephew is very well behaved. Okay, he's 3. Hold on, let me roll the windows up so y'all can hear me. Girl, so he's 3. He's very well behaved. He's, you know, whatever. Our food is coming out. Mind you, he's not screaming. He not acting the fool. Nothing. Like, we not nothing. Girl, he's literally laughing. He's laughing. You know, this lady turned around and said, shh, he's weird. Oh, just know from there it went left. So it's like you could hear a pin drop. Like, I promise you, it was like, huh? Like, we were like all dumbfounded. So everybody, all the guests and all the staff, like literally, it was almost nobody gasped, but that's how it felt. Like, it felt like everybody was silent and turned their head all at the same time. So, girl, she does that. So me and my sister, of course, like, is everything okay, ma'am? Cause hold on. So she gets to turning around and mocking, and he's weird. And do you not know how to act in a restaurant? And he's loud and he's weird. Girl, when I tell you, mind you, at first watch the way the booths are, they're like back to back and there's no gaps. So her and my sister are on the same side, so they're back to back and I'm facing the lady. So the lady and her husband are literally like, we're this close. There's no space in between us. Girl, she's doing all of this hoopla. But this is where it gets scary to me. And I know for a fact that we witnessed a demon, because the way her face changed, her expressions were just overly expressive. She just had this look in her eyes. She was mocking and mimicking. This is unprovoked. I kid you not. It was the most random thing ever. Obviously, it wasn't random because, the enemy loves to attack God's children, okay? I don't know what it was. When we were in there, people were so kind to us, so nice. It's almost like we brought this sense of light that disturbed her spirit. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Y'all know that pastor that they say, the pastor with the blue eyes, who they say is really a demon? That is exactly what her face looked like. I kid you not. I'm not making this up. I promise you, I've never seen anything like it in my 27 years of living. I promise you. So then, as this is all the, back and forth is going on, so she's literally mocking and mimicking and like, she's doing all this. Like, I promise you, never seen it before. Never seen it. Unprovoked. So the lady, I'm looking at her because I'm in disbelief as my sister and I are like going back and forth. And she literally looked at me as if she wanted to scare me. Like, I don't even know how can I explain it? Like, she tried to do this death stare and like, she tried to instill fear into my heart the way she looked at me, as if she wanted me to be afraid. Like, I don't even know how to explain it, y'all. Like, she literally like stared so deeply. But when I'm looking into her blue eyes, I promise you, there is no soul. There's no soul. Her eyes were evil behind, like, y'all, I promise you, it's giving me chills just talking about it. I literally have never seen anything like it. So me and my sister we rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Not today, Satan. Not today, demon. No, ma'am. Not today. And you know what happened? Girl, that lady got put out. Put out. I'm talking about the staff and the people around us. They were appalled. And they were all like, no, she needs to absolutely go. The staff was disgusted. The manager came out, gave us free food, everything. Like, I have never, ever, ever, ever experienced. But the one thing that she did not do? She didn't call us no N-words. So that's how I know it wasn't about race. She didn't, not even in the heat of the argument, she didn't call us N-words. She literally mimicked and mocked and laughed like a demon. I promise you, never seen nothing like it, but
It's pretty wild. I like that. It's a pretty interesting story. And they did right, man, rebuking it. And then look how it paid off. Man, here's a cool one. This is a real old video. This is from 19 years ago. Look at that. 530,000 views. 19 years ago. Giant Afghan. It says, who is this guy? A giant from Afghanistan? Northern Afghanistan. And it's a short clip. And he pops up at the end. Just watch. See the giants in Afghanistan. Wait for it. That's not him. There he is. And that was it. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's go back and I'll freeze it on that one. So yeah, let's just take a look. There we have it. Yeah, I'd say that qualifies as a giant. Probably what, 8 foot tall? Right? Maybe? Guesstimating. maybe a good 8 feet tall at least, maybe taller, 9 foot. I think that's where that video came from. I bet it is. I'm just but it's an older video, and I've talked about it before. I showed it to you just a month ago, and it was the 2 police officers in some country. I'm thinking maybe it was this one, maybe, and they were trying to pull a giant, a dude that looked like that, but he had his helmet on. You couldn't see his face, but he's trying to pull him off of his motorcycle, and the giant eventually, with 2 officers, just kind of kept pushing him off like nothing, and finally rode off on his bike. You guys remember that? It's a good one. Old school. I like the old ones. Before AI, of course. Kelly Price alleges her husband was involved in the occult. I'm not sure who Kelly Price is, but I'll open up the chat over here. And let's go ahead and check some of this out.
Yes. She's a witch and he's a warlock.
I guess she's a gospel singer. I don't know.
And yes, girl, I did. I was under witchcraft. But you know how that works. I had to study it on my own. They don't teach it in the church. So I could fight against it. It's how I got free. I was in the house with a demon that was poisoning me. Putting stuff in my food, stuff in my drinks. I lost my grandparents. The only people who ever covered me in my whole life. You want to play? Let's play.
Let's go.
You don't have to believe in it and give it power. Do you believe that oxygen is air even though you don't see it? You breathe it. That's the problem with the church. That's the reason why so many of us get taken out by it. You can't fight an enemy that you don't know. Are the Russians out there? Have you ever been to Russia? Ask a soldier. I speak life every day and more abundantly. But just like we say, the secrets that keep us sick are the ones that we don't tell. And I've been sitting on this for 3 years. Thank you for your prayers. And thank you to the minions.
Minions?
Thank you. Yes, this is dope. Clearly, I'm high. Ask the people who just saw me in concert tonight. We had church and a concert. Or just Google it. Don't do dope. It's called witchcraft, but you know it because your mama was doing it in her kitchen too.
All right, there we go. So it sounds like she's waking up, seeing the difference between the more religious-minded type folk these days and then a real follower of Christ. It's not to say there's not any in all these churches. Sure, there's some. You know, Jesus, he knows our hearts. No matter what church or religion type thing you were raised in, I hope you finally found him. And if you haven't, give him a chance. He's the truth, and he's not religion and all the. And just think about it. There's what is it? I had read a while ago. I haven't looked it up lately, but it was like 15,000 different denominations of the Christian church in America alone. That's right. That's what I remember, at least a few years ago. That's a lot, and it's all just different interpretations of the same book. That's why the best thing to do is just read it yourself with him. Even ask him, please help me. You know, read with me, Father. Guide me to what I should look into. Whatever, however you want to put it, but he will. You know, he'll totally help you. And that's the best way to do it. Otherwise, you're going to have to deal with other people's interpretations. And sometimes things are watered down. Sometimes the interpretations are dangerous. So, yeah.
Hey, listen up, Buttercup. White sage is not for cleansing. All of the other sages are good for cleansing. White sage is for invoking. That's why when you try and banish spirits out of your house with white sage, it doesn't go well. You learn some things about the plants you're using. White sage is not for cleansing. All of the other sages are. All of the other sages are good for cleansing. I can't think of a sage that's not good for cleansing except for white sage. That's why it's such a drastically different plant than all of the other sages. if you actually learn about plants. You can get over to gumroad.com/witchschool and check out my work cunning classes and learn some things. Hey, listen up, Buttercup. White sage is...
I've never done that, a sage cleansing. Have you? And if you did you use white sage? I don't think we're supposed to be doing that anyway, right? I don't know. Here's a really crazy video, too. Another old school. We got some oldies today. Oldies but goodies. 17 years ago, they uploaded this. 3.4 million views. How's about that? And dude still doesn't have 2,000 subscribers. You got to love it when you see these crazy viral videos go off. Lockheed Martin's multiple kill vehicle, old. And look at this thing. It's some kind of a thing. You'll see. Apparently, it's a weapon of some sort. Apparently.
Hover. With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed. With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested. This incredible machine was originally designed to shoot down nuclear missiles and satellites. Yeah. Just 12 inches long, gyroscopically balanced, and with thrusters at key points around its body, it is capable of instant changes of direction.
Hover. Hover tracking. Hover. Roll. Woo! All right.
No airplane could ever catch this machine.
Man, that is... Even just the fact that how old it is, like that's 17 years ago, they showed this test footage of that thing. Imagine what they've got now. Beyond that, we know, and I believe we'll see all of it. Everything they've got during the tribulation, the world will see, at some point, I believe, all this crazy technology. Even seen some weird stuff with some of the weaponry used right now in some of the wars happening and whatnot. We had that thing Russia used on Ukraine that looked like waves of light shooting down from the sky. Do you remember that? It was one of the weirdest ones I've seen. And it's like, in the comments, no one knew what it was. It's like, we'd never seen anything like that before. What is this? Even Trump came out and said that America's got weapons and things like that you would just never believe, and that we already have access to these things and all that. So it's pretty wild. Hey, here's another little doom break. I thought this is kind of sweet. Golden Retriever spreads joy through a kissing booth.
Forget the drive-thru. There is a difference and a much more special window that people are shopping at when they stop in Waltham.
This is absolutely adorable. Instead of food, they're stopping for treats, tail wags, and a whole lot of happiness, of course. NBC 10's Brianna Borghi is live in Waltham. She's introducing us to the Golden Retriever, spreading a little joy one kiss at a time.
Well, guys, there really is something special about stumbling across something unexpectedly, so I do not want to tell you exactly where you can find this, but what I will tell you is we are on Moody Street, and right around this particular corner, there is an adorable surprise waiting. Driver! Hi, buddy! Hello! This sweet golden retriever is stealing hearts.
Give you kisses?
And kisses right from the comfort of his home.
If we're just home hanging out, then we open up shop.
Welcome to Driver's Kissing Booth.
What are you doing in there? Waiting for lovin'?
Where pats are free, kisses are encouraged. And owner Haley Scott knows just how to make someone's day.
He had been sitting on the end of the bed, and then he was like, I sense a customer. 100% satisfaction guarantee.
Haley came up with this idea last summer. She says Driver loves to watch what she calls street TV, so it felt natural to open up his window to the world right off of Moody Street in Waltham.
And I think part of the charm is that it's going to be a surprise if you find him.
If you come visit, you can also give Driver a treat, but just keep it to one because he is trying to watch his figure.
People need the joy and love of unconditional love from a dog like a golden retriever.
There's no set schedule, but in the early evening when it's nice out, you can expect the 3-year-old pup to be at his post, patiently waiting to bring joy to his next visitor.
He's a pretty dog.
Haley just hopes anyone who stops by pays it forward with an act of kindness.
I think that's really, really sweet. I would definitely not be kissing his mouth. That's just me. But everything else, fair game. Pets, hugs, nugs, loves, all of that. No kisses. A Colorado father watched every... Oh, this is pretty cool. It's a cool one. Every light in the valley go dark. He had a really weird experience. I love these. I love these creepy experiences in the woods stories.
I'm getting ready to go on the turn where I saw this deer coming out on my left, but the whole thing was washed out from antler to toe. And as I'm approaching, I noticed it almost felt like you could see skeletal lines on this creature, and it starts walking directly towards me. And then that's when it changed abruptly. It changed from a four-legged trot to a very clear two-legged movement. The way it was walking, you take a step, your body moves. You take a step, your body moves. That wasn't matching what it was doing. It was moving its legs, but it looked like it was almost floating. It was very grotesque. It was twitching at the shoulders as it's coming towards me. Its head's twitching left and right. I can clearly see the antlers go as the head's twitching. It just starts looking very grotesque. I don't know what to think of it, to be honest. My eyes get huge. I'm like locked in on whatever this thing is. When it changed to two-legged, I now see a full body. It looks more human than it does deer. I could clearly see it still looked very humanish as far as the body, but it was still a very clear, this is a deer head with antlers.
Like a reverse centaur.
That's exactly right, yeah.
Man, when I first saw this, it harkened back, in my mind at least, to Leave the World Behind and also Disclosure Day with all their heavy use of the deer, and stags. I figured out the Karen antidote.
You guys.
Pretend to be European and call them a Karen. All right, let's check this out. It's from our friend, the New American.
You guys, I figured out the Karen antidote. So my husband and I have traveled almost everywhere throughout Texas, and we have never encountered one Karen until we got to Austin, and it was 3 separate incidences. So now I'm just pretending I'm a French tourist for the FIFA Cup, because we had one come up to us, like that Karen haircut thing, acting like, we shouldn't be smoking outside in public on the streets. And so my husband's like, oh, okay, well, we're kind of far away from people. And I just started a French accent, and I go, oh, are you one of those Karens we've seen online? Like the Americans call Karens, but I thought it was fake. I'm like, but look at you with the Karen haircut. I'm like, are you from California? And she's like, well, yeah, but I was just trying to, I'm like, when you come to Europe, do you do the, like there too, or afford Europe, right? And so she's like, oh, I thought you guys were speaking English, because in America, we it's rude to smoke out in public, right? I'm like, I have heard about you. I'm like, Texans, they're so friendly. I'm like, I knew you were a California transplant. And so I was telling her that everything I read online about Karens is exactly what I saw in her, and she got so embarrassed. She didn't know what to do, and then she pretty much said, I thought you guys were speaking English and you were from here, and then just walked away. So to anybody out there, if you ever encounter a Karen, pretend you're a tourist from Europe and just lay into them, because they literally think Europeans are more cultured and above everybody in North America. So if a European calls her a Karen, all of a sudden it clicked into her own behavior, because they don't behave like that when they go to Europe. So anyway, the antidote, pretend you're a European, put on an accent, and then just call them out.
She's fun. Truth Seeker 01011. I can't remember her name. Oliver Tree's life over the last 2 months, you'll agree. So if you didn't know, this has been a huge story this week. But I think we covered it briefly last week, right? So I think it's happened just over a week ago. But this video was just posted 6 days ago. So Oliver Tree, singer, passed away in a helicopter crash, which is really weird. Even that harkens back to Kobe, right? Wasn't it Kobe that went down in a helicopter? I did a video on that one. There's a lot of predictive stuff that happened before that one with Kobe. There was even a square and compass scribbled in on the side of the animated helicopter. They had an animated animation where a helicopter went down on Kobe. If I'm saying it is Kobe, right? I'm not sure. I don't know these basketball people that well. But so that was weird. You know, now we have this guy in it. But there's a lot of things coming out. So I got a few stories today on Oliver Tree. We'll check this out. And he had recently posted that he had left Atlantic Records. He had left his record company. I guess they came to a deal finally, and he got out. And now he's going to go independent. It's from a few months back.
There is a whole lot more to this Oliver Tree situation. Don't come for my neck. We've seen these patterns in the industry. I didn't even want to make this video. If you just listen to what I have to say, I'm sure you'll leave here agreeing with what I'm saying. Because a lot of different things have taken place over the last few months. We'll get to this in a minute. Really quickly, Oliver Tree and a YouTuber, Gatsby, died in a helicopter crash where two helicopters came together, and Oliver Tree was 32. I believe he is turning 33 very soon. But did you know Oliver Tree was a very new independent artist? He's not a new artist, but newly independent. We've seen many artists throughout this whole industry who go independent, then things happen afterwards. Not saying it did, definitely not, right? But just wait, it gets a whole lot crazier. So pay attention to these dates. Oliver Tree quits Atlantic Records, and by April 24th, he's independent. He drops a new album and also a documentary. So April 24th. Now let me show you a skit that Oliver Tree did himself and directed at the end of April while being independent from the industry. By the way, this is completely unrelated and irrelevant from the rest of the video. He did a skit, end of April, I think 29th, called Mr. That. And in this skit, Oliver was a police officer. And this guy with this mask on, this weirdo right here, was chasing around people like this. And all of the people that this dude were chasing would come to Oliver, the police, and ask for help from this guy. This part is insane. At the end of this video, you see that the guy, the weird guy, goes behind Patrick's rock and he disappears, almost like he got cast into the sea. Unrelated, what's the Bible say in regards to people messing with little ones? Better for them to be cast into the sea with a millstone tied around them. Oof. And if you want to go deeper, it'll be on YT. Sorry, I can't put it here.
All right, thanks, kid. That's Moon Henry. Yeah, he's on YouTube as well. But that's just one little bit on Oliver Tree. Like I said, there's more. There's more. Meanwhile, in Norway, man exposes satanic symbolism in one of Norway's largest parks, right out in front of everybody. Let's take the kids to the park, honey.
Let me show you the satanic symbolism in one of the biggest parks of Norway.
Oh yeah, that's famous. We've seen that one. We shared that. Look at it, temple. More reptiles attacking humans. Kind of want to look at that. It's all the reptiles eating humans. Dragons eating humans. There's the swirl at the bottom. So you love them little uns, it would seem. Look at that. Oh, wow. Look, it's in his mouth. The arm. The wolf. Yeah, it doesn't seem very appropriate. Yeah, I guess he's very interesting. Yeah, I've shared that one before, elements of that park, but I'd never seen all the rest of those statues there. Let's take the kids to the park, honey. Here's another one on Oliver Tree.
I just got word that my album is no longer coming out. Love You Madly, Hate You Badly is officially canceled, and I'm parting ways with Atlantic Records. Behind the scenes has been nothing short of a nightmare. I have no marketing budgets for music videos, no digital ad spend. Nobody really cares in the building, it seems like. I made a lot of money for Atlantic Records, and they don't seem to remember that. I have gotten no support. They forgot to ingest multiple songs into the system, which means the songs didn't come out. I had a Valentine's Day breakout song that didn't even get released because someone forgot to put it in. I don't really understand how that's possible. I've made them tens of millions of dollars, but they don't remember that. So, the music is owned by them. The remainder of the music will not be coming out. I will always continue to make music. Thank you for everyone who supported me. I can't wait to release more music at some point at a later time, but for now, there is nothing on the horizon. I'm so sorry, and I love you guys.
You know, and he, you know, like I said, we'll see a few different things on him, but he could have been a dangerous person, you know? I mean, it's like some of the other people from the industry that bad things happen to, and, you know, there's been a few. And we find out that they were, in fact, the two, Chester Bennington, right? And then Chris Cornell, but they were both involved in a documentary that had something to do with the little ones, right? Bad things happening to little ones. I mean, the point is, you know, you get a creative like this and you give them a platform and they make millions of dollars and they can just live and survive. But then at the same time, they start waking up to things. I'm not saying for sure that's what happened with him, but it has happened. They start waking up and they want to start telling people things. And, you know, maybe that's a problem. Like the Whitest Kids You Know comedy troupe. One of the guys went on to direct that movie Weapons. Now he's doing Resident Evil. But his best buddy, part of that troupe, just passed away maybe a year or so ago. He fell off a 2-story building, was the story, right? Maybe that happened. Again, I don't know exactly. But he had a lot of videos he was making where he was going deep down rabbit holes, and he was real smart about a lot of this stuff. Like, he was really picking up on some things. So, you know, just you wonder. You look at patterns, and I just start wondering how that works. You know, were they taken out by a human, or was it just like a spirit thing? I don't know. Or were they even taken out at all? Leaked research footage, candidate Terra activation, speaking a non-human language. So here's somebody, never recommending trying to channel. It's always going to be something evil and demonic, but they'll lie to you. They're tricksters. Here she's speaking a non-human language, but listen to how much it sounds like the movies with aliens in them, like Signs and then Disclosure Day, that all that.
Hey, Tara, before we activate this, can you say anything for us? Just something. Doesn't matter. Just let me get a baseline.
Hi, my name is Tara Rule, and this isn't weird at all.
Activating now. What language was that?
So yeah, I may have to throw that into the videos sometime here. And then Jonathan collected a really great video on the same language of these so-called aliens and compared it to locusts, and it's a match. So think about that for a
He
second.
predicted his death over 10 times, y'all. We're about to get into his music videos and his books and a whole bunch of other crazy stuff. Oliver Tree seemed to really want you to know. He literally released a graphic novel titled Oliver Tree vs. Little Ricky, and it's about him being thrown into the meat grinder of the music industry to promote his debut album, Ugly is Beautiful. Then when Oliver threatens to retire, his label replaces him with an alien. Shout out to Brian for that information, and it gets even crazier because he talked about not even making it to 2026 because he's quitting Atlantic Records. Before we continue, check this out. News update for real. It's been exactly 333 weeks since Kobe Bryant passed away. 333 weeks from another helicopter crash. Now, one of his music videos actually shows him in some sort of crash on this plane, and then right after that, he's saluting. I'm telling you, from the second I heard it, I just knew something was there. Leaves Atlantic, goes independent, releases this album cover for his album, and it's scrap metal everywhere, just like the scene. Of course, I talk about this winger, this guy from a plane in yellow right here in the last video. Before we go further, some people are like, oh, let him rest. If something happened crazy to you or your family, you would hope that someone would bat for you. Of course, we have many instances of people leaving labels and crazy things happening. And people are talking about all these different people who, you know, left Atlantic. Here's a little secret about the music industry. They all inadvertently own each other. It's basically one giant label.
And I'm parting ways with Atlantic Records. Behind the scenes has been nothing short of a nightmare.
And people say, oh, you're reaching. Look, none of us want anything to actually be there. I'm like the first person to call out all bogus reaching theories. It's actually why I quit making short videos for the most part. But over my last 3 videos and the YT video I put out, I've shown 10 different instances of him prophesying or knowing or having a premonition that something similar, unrelated, was going to happen. For the people that say, oh, he's just evil and satanic, These people are servants to the industry when they sign that contract. They have no say whatsoever in their album covers and their videos and any of that. So yeah, of course there was blasphemous stuff. But when he went independent, he stopped all that blasphemous stuff instantly. Funny how that works, right? You didn't see the first video. He made a video exposing evil stuff that happens behind the scenes. All we can do is pray that he got right with the Lord.
It is really epic being ugly. And no matter how strange you think you look, no matter how ugly you feel, you're actually incredibly beautiful. You are actually perfect as you are.
He predicted his...
Yeah, interesting character. I never got into his music myself. I don't know about y'all. I tried to listen to some, it's not my thing, but an interesting character, man, really. Very interesting. Confusion of information. We're living in a time where no one trusts anyone, she says.
In a time where no one trusts anyone.
I thought you were a fed. I thought you were a fed.
Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are deep state controlled opposition plants.
Are you a CIA plant?
A
plant. A CIA plant.
This plant over here.
I would think the CIA is trying to mind control people as they do, you know, and they're having a bit of a rough go of it. So they decided, okay, let's apply shattered assumptions theory. You know, little butter, in psychology, the shattered assumptions theory is a theory that we operate in a highly assumptive world. And when these main three assumptions that we carry are shattered, our brains become scrambled to a degree because our sense of truth and justice and reality that we plug into subconsciously every day has been diluted. One of these main assumptions is benevolence of the world. So what do you do when you can't stop certain conspiracy theories from going wild? You plant false conspiracy theories, you plant false people. No one really knows who's telling the truth and who's not. And what happens to humans when they lose their sense of hope and connection to one another? They become destabilized and incapable of organizing themselves against the common enemy. So in many cases where the truth does seem as though it's rising to the surface, if it's met with a destabilized energy, that's actually more productive for these central intelligence agencies. Every time an individual rises to fame, people worship the individual. People worship me for having just 500,000 followers. And it's really, really annoying because what this is their complete admittance that they don't have any power if they have to source their power from me. I cannot give you any power, Butter. I'm in a Toyota, for God's sakes. What do you want from me? This isn't a G-Wagon. People were recently upset over Swaggy Laggy Golf Daddy. That's a cool name. I have to say, I love that name. They were upset. I was upset too because she did a little thing with the Meta, vision glasses or whatever. But what is she doing? She's just repeating different conspiracy theories that you can actually find on Google these days. And so why were people upset? Because they had invested this sort of vision into her, that she was a leader, that she was a savior. She's not. No one's a savior. None of us can save each other because God's plan is for us to save ourselves. And that's why we're in the era, the age of Aquarius, because our methodology as human beings is to save ourselves by thinking individually, by being autonomous. And so this celestial map of chaos may be genius because we cannot complete this conscious era of thought, the age of Aquarius, without actually coming into pure instinct, into higher thought within ourselves, by stopping ourselves from the worship programming, by ignoring the need to idolize other people, and sourcing the intelligence from your very soul. This is the only thing that will allow humans to move forward. So in a weird, twisted, wild, godly way, the CIA is actually doing us favors by making humans become so skeptical because there's so many plants and whatnot that the humans have to turn inward and look to God and look to their own souls. That is the only thing that will save us.
I'm sorry I called you gay, by the way.
All right. Yeah. Fuentes. That's one I never got into. I've always had a bad vibe on him, and Candace Owens, too. Former TMZ insider who worked at TMZ and has nearly a decade in New York news experience is now speaking out. This should be good. TMZ needs to be talked about even more, especially Harvey Levin. He's in the files, if you didn't know that. Mr. Levin.
I haven't talked headlines in a while. If you're new here, I used to work at TMZ, and
real quick, I just wanted to throw in before we get started that even when I lived out in Los Angeles, TMZ was out there at the time, and you would see them. There's so many stories I could tell, but I ended up working at a party out there in a mansion, and I was one of the servers. And actually, I was a cleaner, because my family has a cleaning business. When I went out there, I got a job with a cleaning company just for extra income in between doing shows and stuff. And so one of our gigs was we worked one of these mansions after it was a party, like for Hollywood people. And I saw not all of them, but a lot of them, man. Michelle Rodriguez was standing right next to me. She's an actress. Just like a whole bunch of them. I could go right down the list. And I had to walk around checking all the toilets. We were dressed up and, cleaning the toilets like every 20 minutes. And making sure you'd pick up trash or napkins laying around. That's what I was doing in the party. It was really pretty crazy. But even going to it and leaving it, you would see these creepy TMZ guys coming out of the bushes. That's one thing I saw one night with their cameras, and I don't know, you'd see them lurking around all over the place out there.
I've been asked to share some of the tea and things that I've learned from working in news for almost a decade in New York. And I'm going to talk Spencer Pratt right now. He just released the most compelling video after the absolute scam of an election that happened in LA that took him out of the mayoral race. And something I think is interesting is that TMZ is not investigating the situation with the votes. If there's anyone that could find out the truth of what really happened with those 40,000 votes that suddenly got mailed in 7 days later, it would be TMZ. But I was watching a TMZ Live a few days ago, and this was when Spencer Pratt had been nominated as the second in line, like he was going to be able to run for mayor come November, and or whenever it is. And Harvey basically shared his personal opinion on how he thinks Spencer is not qualified and how he feels that he can't do the job because he's simply a reality star and all of those things. If you go and watch Spencer's latest post and his video about how he's now claiming war between these politicians and he's going to uncover everything, he is doing the Lord's work, let me tell you. One thing I've learned is that if a news director does not support what is going on or what needs to be reported for the truth, they're not going to investigate it. It will not be on their network, period. That goes for local news, newspapers, magazines, all the way up to the top of the networks in New York. So I just think that it's just very interesting that TMZ has now opened up a politics division, which I think is amazing and incredible, but they are not looking into this complete scam with Spencer Pratt and the votes there. We all know he was robbed. We all know that this was complete fraud that just happened, and the California system is so broken. Another thing I thought was interesting is that, and this is how sick this system is right now, is I was talking to a friend who is a executive producer in New York, and she was telling me that essentially Karen Bass, they start knocking on doors asking for votes well ahead of time. And when Spencer decided to run, he had to play catch up and start doing that. And so I just think I can't even believe it's allowed that they can do that. And it's just so dirty. And I don't know. I'm having a really hard time believing that suddenly he is down 40,000 votes within 7 days. Everything should have been counted the same day, just like every other state. So that is my thought, and I'm curious to hear what you think. And Spencer, I cannot wait to see what you uncover.
Yeah, he's been unleashed now. He's one I've prayed for too, and his family for protection, because he's dealing with some real monsters. And it's not beyond these kind of people to take somebody out, if you know what I mean. Hey, here's one that's always a good one to reflect back on, to remember. That's why I put it in both of the scariest movie ever mades. I'm pretty sure it was in the first one too, but maybe it wasn't, now that I think of it. But it was for sure in the second one, is understanding what happened with Obama and his children. This is for entertainment purposes, of course. But his so-called children, him and Michelle, because how could Michelle, because of her reproductive organs, right, if you will. So how could they have had the children? And is the thought here, right? And this is the answer. It's really obvious once you take a look at the people. But just more of the, and this is stuff I'd covered, other people cover for many years, man. And sometimes it's just a good thing to remember this, though, and the level of deception behind this man, because he's not going away. Nope. He's got a big role to play.
The chairman of the Obama Foundation just happens to look like your oldest daughter. And his wife, who is a doctor, who is credited with delivering your babies, just happens to look like your youngest daughter. The Obamas aren't blind, and their family and friends, and America's not blind. Somebody has to explain this. It's worthy of an explanation, or you should have got rid of these people. And so, literally, like, distance yourself from them. You got rid of Reverend Wright. You distance yourself from him. Don't make this man the head of the Obama Foundation if he looks just like your oldest daughter. And just the whole story, I mean, the woman delivers the baby. This woman delivers the baby and looks just like the youngest baby. Somebody.
Yeah. You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
And I should do very well because I don't charge.
And do you think that the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay.
There you go. So it's all of that and more with Obama and his whole situation and who he is. I've never been shy. Again, I'm not here to argue and debate. You can have your own opinions, and it's cool. I'll agree to disagree, but I believed it's Obama for, 10 years longer. I used to do videos on him way back, even. I'm not the only one. Many people have had dreams and visions of it being him also. And there's so much. Jonathan collected the most incredible documentaries on him, putting all the information together, all of it, from where he really comes from. His mom and dad were members of a cult called the Cult of Sabud, worships the sun god. I mean, the whole thing, man, it gets really deep. He changed his name from Barry Soetoro to Barack Hussein Obama, which breaks down to like lightning falling from heaven, right? Just right out of the Bible. There's a lot of very interesting things about him, man. I've got my beliefs. Is this what? And it's not a salvation issue, so don't feel bad if you don't know it or don't believe or don't care. It's one of those things. Welcome to the new driver surveillance system.
You guys are going to want to watch this whole video. You know how we were just talking about the 2027 vehicle mandate with the driver surveillance? This lady has had a very disturbing firsthand experience. Check it out.
I rented a car in Europe, and as the woman handed me the car keys, she said, this is a brand new car. And she was like super excited about it. She was like, it's 2026. And I was like, awesome. No one's had a chance to like fart or smoke in it. This will be great. And I'd driven it for a day or two, and I was getting on a highway. It was a 6-lane highway. And all of a sudden the gas stopped working, and I'm pressing on the gas. I can't get the car to go. So the car is dinging. It's making all this noise, and I can't figure out what's going on. And I look at the dashboard, and in English, it says, sit up straight. We can't find your eyes. Why do you need to see my eyes? That was my first thought. And I'm short, so I sit low in the seat. And I guess, I don't know, maybe I'd been driving a while and I'd kind of slouch down more instead of sitting upright. And when I sat upright, the gas would work once again. And so I pressed the gas, but I was slowing down enough that it was going to cause a traffic hazard. And the thing is, it knew I wasn't asleep because I was pressing on the gas. So it knew I was awake. It just wanted to see my eyes. So once I sat upright and leaned forward, I guess it did facial recognition. And then it says, may I send you these results to a third party? To which I said, no, you may not. No. Who is the third party?
Who, first of all, who's watching me drive the car to begin with? Secondly, who is the third party you're sending it to? And lastly, it is so dangerous. There are so many scenarios where losing control of the gas can put a car in a very dangerous situation. Like, what if I was pulling out in front of a semi truck? What if I was going over a railroad track? And the absolute worst part is the argument for this is to combat sleepy drivers. And the truth is, if you fall asleep while you're driving, you're not going to be pushing down all the way on the gas. You're going to let up. You're going to relax. No one keeps their foot pointed while they're asleep. And if they say, well, what about cruise control? Then just take off cruise control. Disable cruise control in cars. That's the solution. Not, I need to see your eyeballs for the car to work. There's so many dangerous implications for this. But even if you're using it just for the good implication, you know, sleepy drivers, we need to see eyeballs at all times, it's still wrong.
Man.
Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy. That's so dangerous. But again, it's like, why am I not surprised? You know, it's not even about the people. They're not taking care of the people. They don't care about the customer as much as they care about putting all the surveillance and all that stuff in there. And yeah, no new cars for me. Thanks. Think I'm good. Says that's a wrap on the Resurrection of the Christ. Mel Gibson's long-awaited sequel to The Passion of the Christ just wrapped. So let's check some of this out.
I just want to tell you all thank you so much for all your efforts, all your talents, all your skills, and the efforts you put in to make this madness come true. And thank you for joining me in that madness. And I'll do my best henceforward to sort of put a spit shine on this thing and make you all proud. I'm certainly proud of all of you, and I thank you so much from the depth of my heart. Couldn't have done it without you. Thank you.
He's so cool, man. He's really just a legendary human, you know, in so many ways. And he's a brother in Christ, which is so cool. And I can't wait to see that movie. Man, I was bawling on the first one. I know a lot of y'all were. He's just mentioning.
Taking the tire.
You wanted to sell it?
Yeah.
How much you want?
Not too much, just for eating.
Just for eating?
Yeah, maybe groceries or something like that.
For groceries?
Yeah, like little food.
Yeah. How far are you going with it?
You see, when you go straight a bit, there's a tavern. Yeah, at the back of the tub.
Are you staying there?
Yeah, they call it the last house.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So how much can be good for you to buy food?
Maybe
10 rand, 20 rand, it's fine.
Yeah,
what you want to buy?
I want to buy bread and acho, something like that.
Bread and acho?
Yeah.
Oh.
They're around.
Alright. Oh, that's good.
Is there somewhere to get food around this area?
This area?
Yes.
Not. It's only my spaza shops.
Spaza shops?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I have something here. Here, take 100.
Thank you.
You're welcome, man. Yeah, here, take another one. Yes. That's for you, my friend. God bless you. Yeah. Here.
Yes, serious?
Yes, here, take another one. It's for you, man. You know what's special? We were driving around asking God to lead us somewhere. And then we saw you. And we just wanted to bless you. God wants to bless you.
Thank you.
Yes. Here. Here, take this.
So you can buy food.
So you can buy food.
Look at that little boy.
This is Logan and my name is B.I. Parrot.
He's in shock.
Bless you.
Hide it.
So you can take it and throw it away quickly, but you're just gonna buy food for yourself, brother.
God bless you, man. Here, give me a hug.
Love it. Love to see that. So nice. I know they get clicks, but you know, that's where they give money back to the people. That's great. Taraji P. Henson, actress, has she been replaced too?
They got her. They got her. Who the heck is this? Who the heck are you, lady? This isn't the same person I remember. I will give you guys about 5 or 10 seconds to guess who this is in the comments section. I'm going to show you a few pictures, and this person is actually unrecognizable to me. Let's try a different angle. You recognize who that is? Look at the hair, look at the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the brows. Tell me if you recognize who this is, because to me, it looks like an entirely different human being. Can somebody please explain to me how we're going from this to this? I know a lot of you are going to say a facelift, but look at the brows, look at her eyes, look at her nose, look at her lips, her jaw, her cheeks.
Whoa.
Nothing about her is the
Seriously.
same anymore.
That's crazy. Take a look. Even the facial structure looks different. Doesn't it? It's strange.
I could not imagine looking at my reflection and seeing a completely different human being than what I've seen in the mirror my entire life. What is going on in Hollywood? Taraji has always had the same face shape, the same dimples, the same smile. She has always looked her original self, but I will
Pretty
admit,
lady.
in this picture, her eyes are completely jet black. She's giving off a completely different vibe, but still not the same person as we're seeing today. I haven't seen anybody online talking about this, and it's probably because she is a completely different human being and unrecognizable. She is 55 years old, and she looks like Kelly Rowland when she was like 30.
Yeah.
What is going on in Hollywood, and how are they doing this?
That's right. She's this lady's good at picking up on these celebrities looking different. I don't remember her name. I actually follow her over on TikTok. That's where I find most of her clips. Says the Newsoms were caught heavily in a laundering operation. Uh-oh. And you know what? He knows it because I got a pretty wild clip of Gavin coming up.
Oh, my word. So this is why California Governor Gavin Newsom did a press conference today stating he was under DOJ investigation because he wanted to get ahead of this. So the DOJ is currently investigating California Governor Gavin Newsom and his wife, Jennifer Newsom. Jennifer Newsom has funneled nearly $4 million to herself from her nonprofit funded by Gavin Newsom's donors. Jennifer Newsom's nonprofit, the Representation Project, is funded in large by Gavin Newsom's political donors. Jennifer Newsom has taken $1.8 million in salary. She sent $2.1 million more to her production company, Girls Club Entertainment, funneled from the nonprofit. Textbook money laundering. Wow. This is absolutely insane. Gavin, Jennifer, if you're held accountable, you're going to prison.
Indeed, sir. So many people would like to see that. But I've got a video coming up of Gavin where you can tell he's spazzing out a little bit, starting to get a little angry, which is nice to see because he's usually such a slimy con man, always got the fake smile and, hair slicked back. Rob Dew tells a story about how he first got the email from someone in the operating room when Joan Rivers mysteriously passed after claiming that Michelle Obama is trans.
Joan Rivers died when she was in surgery. And I think she was getting some plastic surgery done because she was known to do that. And we got an email from somebody who was in the operating room. And this person said, I gotta maintain my anonymity. But he goes, something happened in there, and at one point it was gas or fluid or something. Something ignited from something on her face, and they said fire shot out of her mouth. Like literally, they said a fire-breathing dragon. That was the quote. Fire-breathing.
I got to hear that again in context. Sorry.
Point. It was gas or fluid or something. Something ignited from something on her face, and they said fire shot out of her mouth. Like literally, they said a fire-breathing dragon. That was the quote. Fire-breathing dragon was, and I remember reading that because I got the email and I printed it out and brought it to Alex. I'm like, this is crazy. You got to see this. A few months after she died, Joan Rivers died when she was in surgery. You know, I got
the fire-breathing dragon part.
And this person said, you know, I got to maintain my anonymity. But he goes, something happened in there, and at one point, it was gas or fluid or something. Something ignited from something on her face, and they said fire shot out of her mouth. Like literally, they said a fire-breathing dragon. That was the quote. Fire-breathing dragon was, and I remember reading that because I got the email and I printed it out and brought it to Alex. I'm like, this is crazy. You got to see this. And that kind of kicked off the whole controversy. But then you have videos like this where it looks like she's adjusting things in her pants, dancing around, something shaking. And so, you know, the jury is out. But, you know, I posted a little bit ago before I came on the air today, and we got time to play this as we go to break. Let's play the Michelle Obama or Big Mike trailer. This is what people were producing 2 years ago.
The chef of a prominent figure was found dead today in what appears to be a paddleboarding accident. Find out whose chef it was tonight at 10.
Welcome to Martha's Vineyard. Are you our new chef?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm John.
Have you met Michelle yet?
Hello? Someone there? No, I haven't had the pleasure.
Just make sure you get her steak by noon.
I've been getting some weird vibes here. Feels like I'm seeing things I'm not supposed to see. I don't think these people are who everyone thinks they are.
Starring Terry Crews.
Enjoying the view of my Michelle.
It's not Michelle, it's
Big Mike. And there's clips out there of Obama, like what we just heard, calling Michelle Mike.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. So we got it. It makes you think. If you haven't already thought about it, it makes you think. Fox's Jesse Waters reveals how he and his wife confronted a lib. Let's check it out. Or the lib confronted him. Let's see how this worked out. What his story is.
I was getting a bagel this weekend, and we were in line, and this woman with glasses and bad teeth and a ponytail hears my voice, and she turns around and she says, "You!" And I said, "Uh-oh." And she says, "You are the one that spews lies on TV." I mean, I'm like Limbaugh. I'm right 99.8% of the time. But my wife's there, and she says, "Do you talk to everyone like that, the way you talk to my husband?" And she's like, go inside and get your bagel. And the woman starts shaking. You know how mentally ill they are. And she's like totally disconnected from reality.
They don't know how to talk to people.
Like miserable, angry, crazy. And you look at what's going on here. I mean, we've just defeated the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We're about to sign a peace deal to get all their uranium. We just had thousands of Americans chanting USA on the White House lawn at the greatest UFC fight I've ever seen, 7 TKOs in a row, while they have the Marine Band playing all the intro songs, while they have the U.S. Air Force flying overhead to celebrate America 250, the greatest country in the world. At the same weekend, you have all of these Europeans who the liberals love here visiting, talking about how the United States is the greatest country in the world.
All right, thanks, sir. Thanks for sharing your story. And it's just when I see those stories, it makes me reflect on, again, just how there's so many triple Ps. Unfortunately, there's perfectly programmed people on both sides, but heavily over on the lefters, and they're so triggered by just anything on the right, anything so to speak, that they just lose it. They attack. There's been violence. There's been deaths. It's nuts. And that's all that, a lot of it's that orange man bad, for 10 years on all the mainstream news everywhere. Hey, here's just a nice reminder. We just had the White House UFC 250, I know, Coliseum, Rome, Bread Circus, all that. But I liked the fights. Second, this is what we had under the so-called Biden administration. Who just sent that? That was really cool. Thank you for that. Oh, Anna Graham. Very cool. Thank you. But this is what we had under the so-called Biden administration for their celebration, for a celebration, I guess.
Trans people deserve health equity. Trans people deserve to see trans joy in the media. Trans people deserve to exist peacefully.
Trans people deserve autonomy.
Trans people deserve to be loved and believed.
Trans kids deserve to be kids.
Trans people deserve to exist without debate. Trans people deserve to grow old. Trans people deserve strength. Trans people deserve access to the sports they love, just like everybody else.
Trans people deserve a spot on the platform. Trans people deserve equity.
Trans people deserve celebration. Trans people deserve to know they are sacred.
Trans people deserve the world.
Trans people deserve everything. This month, and especially today at White House Pride, my first time here, I want to be reminded of the joy that this community holds, of our resilience, of our power. Trans people deserve.
So there we go. There's a lot of people were complaining about the 250 event and how patriotic it was and over the top, but the options. Well, here's the James Franco. Now it says alien sighting and disturbing messages. So I told you there's a little more going on with this. So now here's a little bit more. Here's some clips you haven't seen, most likely, of him.
Hey guys, this is James Franco. Me, really James Franco. I'm
Starts off with what you've seen, but this is 4 minutes long, so we'll check it all out.
here at my house. I'm not promoting anything, okay? I'm making this account because some serious shit's going, okay? And look here. This is real, okay? I'm real. It's me, not AI, not anything, okay? Could AI James do this? No, could not write this. This is me. Okay? For those who know, all right? Some serious stuff going on. That's why I'm contacting you. That's why I'm doing this. Okay? I know I'm maybe seem crazy. Like, why am I, what's going on? What's the gimmick? No. This is real. Real. Okay, I can't say too much right now. I just need you to follow me. Then I'll know who's down. And I'm gonna show you some crazy stuff, okay? Just follow me. I'm gonna show you. That's it. That's my garage. It's normally where I paint. I was going out there. It was night. I was gonna do night painting. And I go inside. And before I even turned the light on, I heard something. I thought it was an animal or something like that. And it wasn't. It was not. It was not a raccoon, squirrel. It was not possum. No. I saw hand. I saw eyes. I saw glowing eyes and hand. I don't know how many fingers, but hand and speaking. I don't know, something coming out of a saying thing, hand, and that was it. I ran. I've not gone back in there, but I'm gonna go. I am gonna go, and I'm gonna show you so you don't think I'm making it up. I'm gonna show you, but that's why I'm making these videos. So there's evidence, proof, and I'm gonna get it all. And I'm gonna post it, live forever on the internet. I'm not making it up though. I'm not making this up. I don't know where else to go. I don't know, It's gotta be exposed. It's gotta be exposed, right? Bring it into the light, right? I don't know why it's on me. It's happening to me. And then, you know, if I disappear, you know what happened, okay? Maybe I'll just say that. If anything happens to me right now, you know what happened. They got to me. Why is it gotta be me? Why is it? People think it's a gimmick. They're gonna think it's a gimmick. They're gonna think like I'm promoting something. I don't have any movie. There's no movie. It's not a movie. This is real. This is me, my house, my zebra rug, my stuff. This is me. I'm not promoting anything. This is me coming to you. I want to tell you. This is serious. Serious.
So you can go to James Franco 2319 on TikTok if you want to take a look and see what that's all about. Maybe follow up with him a little bit. Hey, quickly, I want to take a chance to say thanks to over 1,000 awesome, cool, interesting, critically thinking individuals sharing their truly precious time with me, man. Thanks for hanging out an afternoon with me. It's always fun. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you, members. Thanks, Subscribe Star fam. But mostly thank all of you. And also for y'all listening later. Always got to shout you out as well. But it's great to have such a good, lively crew here today. So thanks again, guys. Tens of thousands of trees are being cut down in Georgia to make way for transmission lines for you know what? The centers.
This is Doug Fergus, and this is his backyard. Last year, this high-voltage power line next to him took out a quarter of it.
Yeah.
We found this place that we love, and then within a year, we're told it's going to be changed totally, and we just felt like a punch in the gut.
AI data centers are coming to Georgia, and they need a lot of electricity. New power lines are going up to feed them, sometimes in people's backyards, whether they like it or not. Nearly 400 trees were cut down to make way for this power line on Doug's property.
It was solid trees like that, all the way up to here. And now we have this, unobstructed view of this new monstrosity.
The state's biggest utility company, Georgia Power, says it offers fair compensation to homeowners when it needs to build infrastructure on their properties. But many residents say the offers they receive don't cover the property value they will lose from having a power line built in their backyard.
How's it going? Good, how about you?
It's Wednesday night. 24 local residents are meeting at a church to discuss another high-voltage transmission line that will soon cut through their backyards.
Chose the properties that we live on because of the quality that the property offered us. It is not about dirt and grass. It is about the whole property.
Some of them would move, but they say offers Georgia Power has made aren't enough to start over again somewhere else.
What if in a year or two from now, they're gonna come and start another line? Because all those data center, how do we know?
To me personally, I need replacement value. I don't want a penny over I want my dream here to have my dream here.
The statewide power line expansion will deliver about 10 gigawatts of new energy, enough to power twice the number of homes currently in the state of Georgia. 80% of it will go to data centers.
We have seen a lot of growth come in the state. Much of it is data centers. And it's not only the hyperscalers and the data centers, it's the manufacturers, it's industrial, it's commercial, it's also residential.
To meet that demand, many more transmission lines are needed. In 2019, Georgia Power's 10-year plan called for 24 miles of new power lines. Last year, that number ballooned to 1,065 miles.
This infrastructure is actually benefiting all the surrounding communities. It will make anything through a storm and day-to-day more resilient, more reliable because of these large load users coming to our state.
There's a lot of pressure to bring this new energy online very quickly because states are currently competing for the opportunity to attract these data centers, even though the financial benefits of them for the state has not actually yet borne fruit.
I feel like we can't really plan for the future. We don't know where we're going to live in a year.
Rachel Mask's family bought their home 4 years ago.
We definitely
bought this house for the backyard. We just knew there was going to be enough room for chickens, for a garden, for fruit trees.
Now, Georgia Power wants to use half of Rachel's backyard for a transmission line and is offering her $57,000.
Oh my gosh.
It's a lot of money to us. It would be a lot of money to, I think, any regular person. But it isn't enough money to cover the damage to our property value that this will cause.
During their negotiations over compensation, Rachel said representatives from the company discussed using eminent domain to take her land. Eminent domain gives utility companies power to seize private property for public use without the owner's consent if they pay fair compensation determined by the courts.
Eminent domain is always a last resort for our company. In fact, we use it less than 1% of the time.
It feels like the only option is to reach a settlement with them. And I don't really see what leverage the average person has in that situation.
Before the polls went in, it was such a wonderful country, laid-back feel, rolling green grass landscape. And now it's like we're like inside an electric transfer station.
Right.
Doesn't feel like home anymore.
A lot of this has to do with the 2030 agenda also, and it's pushing people out of rural areas, countryside, and eventually pushing them into the cities, the 15-minute cities or whatever they have set up. That'll everything will be digital, right, connected.
Doug reached a settlement with Georgia Power after more than a year of negotiating. He used that compensation to pay down half of his mortgage, but is reconsidering where to live out his retirement.
There's really no amount of money that could erase all this and make it go back the way it was.
This segment really...
Wow, that was a good one, though. I mean, it's a good segment. It's sad to see these people having to go through it. Because, man, if things were a little different in life, I would have moved out to the country a long time ago, solo style, and lived that life, which would have been great. I like that. I like solitude. As I've grown through the years, I used to not be this way, but over the last several years, I've really liked my solitude and just time to think and work, but you find a little slice of heaven here on earth out in the country somewhere, away from everything. You just want your privacy, and then this kind of stuff comes in. So it's another one of those signs of that final age upon us.
Online. Yeah, so this is...
They'll just take it. Mamdani seizes 15,000 New York City apartments, tripling homelessness overnight from Cash Jordan. I'll just count that as a headline for now.
Everybody is talking.
Here's a big one a lot of people were talking about. They're using AI stuff, I believe, on some of this. I'm not sure if there's like some truth. There were some kind of guys at the White House that apparently look like this at one point. A lot of this is a hoax, though. A lot of it was all made up. But Trump did post a little image of him around these things. A lot of people thought they looked like tall white aliens. And then he took it down. I think it was on Truth Social. And then people have taken it and run with it. I guess there's more photos out there. Of course, there'll be some AI stuff probably, so you got to be careful. But I thought overall, even as fake as it could be, it's still meant to be out there. And they put it out there on purpose. I almost did a live show on the Tall Whites last night, Nordics. So maybe I'll do that next week. I'll do one on the Tall Whites because I think that's most likely they'll be one of the types that maybe first make contact that we actually see at the White House sometime, Anyway.
Talking about these photos right now and sharing them, and there's wild theories going around from them being alien visitors to AI generation. But here's the thing, in researching these photos, when you look at AI, when it first hit, it stated that they were real, but now AI is stating that they're AI generated. So we really don't know, but it's quite interesting that there's top world leaders seem to have met with these individuals. And now this video message is now generating throughout the internet. So we really don't know. But take a look at it, comment below, let us know what you think.
People of planet Earth, please have a little more patience. You will soon be liberated. People of planet Earth, please have a little more patience. You will soon be liberated.
Okay. Not from you, sir. Our Heavenly Father is going to come get us. Yep. Okay, here it is. This is what I was talking about earlier. Angry Newsom says he's under federal investigation, and yes, he is. I'd love to see some justice. I know that there's ultimate justice in heaven and beyond, but, you know, while we're here, it'd be nice to see some earthly justice for some of these cretins.
In recent days, federal agents have knocked on the doors of family, friends, and former employees. Not because they found a crime, because they're simply trying to find one. They're demanding records. They're abusing the grand jury process, digging through years and years of random documents. Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president, because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit. Donald Trump is simply the most corrupt president in American history. He's turned the levers of government into his own personal power ministries to reward cronies and to try to jail his opponents. His personal attorney now runs the Department of Justice, which has repeatedly gone after his political enemies. Ask Jerome Powell. Sent them after James Comey, Tish James, Adam Schiff. He sent them after Tim Walz, and a woman that a jury found Donald Trump had sexually abused. One by one, anyone who has challenged Donald Trump has ended up on his hit list. And today, I proudly join that list. After calling for my arrest last year, Donald Trump directed his Department of Justice to investigate me. And just in the last week, I've learned that his campaign has reached my own home. To get me, he's coming after my wife, Jen, a public servant, a woman who's dedicated her life to supporting women and girls, someone who has done nothing wrong other than having the temerity to advocate for what she believes in. If they can't intimidate me, they'll go after the mother of our children. Donald Trump picked the wrong target. We have nothing to hide. His political operatives can take every record and read every page, but they'll be looking in the wrong place. Because if they really want to find corruption, look no further than 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Donald Trump.
All right, it's almost done. I'll play a little at the end.
A single one of the indignities that he's trying to inflict on you and our children.
Man, I wish I had a way to zoom in on his eyes. I need to get a computer someday that's got the touch screen. I used to have one, so you can bring everything up close, because I was like looking at their eyes. I can't help it. Just looking, you know, I'm trying to see. Is this the moment we've been waiting for? Peace and security. A little bit here from Watchman on the Wall 88.
Peace and security. Is this the moment we have been waiting for? For those of you who subscribe to this channel, for years, we've been talking about there's a time coming, according to scripture actually, in the book of 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 3, a time the apostle Paul says, for when they shall say peace and safety, or another version renders it peace and security, then sudden destruction cometh upon them as travail upon a woman with child. But we're also told that day will not catch us off guard. Those of us watching, we will see the day approaching. We talk all the time about, every year at the United Nations, they're saying peace and safety, peace and security. All the world leaders are saying peace and safety, peace and security. So what is Paul talking about? What specifically is peace and safety and peace and security? Well, for the last couple months, we've been watching all this craziness going on with the United States, Israel, Iran. It changes every day. We're attacking. We're talking about peace. We're attacking. We're talking about peace. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. What is really going on here? Well, here's what I want to talk about. All right, so we keep hearing about this peace deal. I mean, President Donald Trump, he's been working on these negotiations. Peace is coming to the whole region. A golden era of peace is coming. And then he, of course, goes on True Social and puts this out. This great deal will bring peace and security. Folks, that's right out of the horse's mouth there. What does it say in Scripture? When they see peace and safety, when they see peace and security. Let's read this again. This great deal will bring peace and security to the whole region. Many presidents have tried to make peace with Iran and have failed before me. The leaders of the region have for the first time found a president who can help them achieve real peace. With the opening of the strait upon the signing of the deal on Friday, for purposes of mine removal, oil will flow on both ends again for the region and the world. President Donald J. Trump. So is this the moment we've been waiting for? Is this the peace and safety, the peace and security Paul is talking about in the book of 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 3? Because right now it's, we see, the oil's going to skyrocket down. Things are going to go back to normal. And we got peace. Peace with Iran. Peace between Iran, Israel, and the world. This is all great. We're going into a golden era. That's all we're hearing about now. It's peace, peace, peace. Things are going back to normal.
All right, I'll stop there. Good message, Chad. Watchman on the Wall, 88. And his name is Chad. I wasn't calling him a Chad as far as the slang term goes. FBI says it followed drone-based plot targeting White House UFC event. Yeah, this was pretty crazy if you guys didn't hear about this.
Fight night at the White House was an apparent high-profile terror target. The FBI announced they foiled a potential plot aimed at the UFC Freedom 250 that featured President Trump sitting ringside. Trump said he wasn't briefed on it.
I haven't heard about it, no. But I watched, the attack that I watched were the fighters.
The alleged plot involved multiple waves featuring drones armed with explosives meant to scare the crowd. There were more than 4,000 people at the White House and around 100,000 at a watch party nearby, according to estimates. The plan then allegedly involved snipers targeting the crowd and a so-called second wave attack on the White House itself.
This is what happens when people turn the rhetoric up so loud that disagreeing with somebody is a cause for violence.
There are now multiple arrests from a multi-state operation outside of the D.C. area, according to FBI Director Kash Patel. That includes 19-year-old suspect Tyson Proper, arrested in Knox County, Ohio. Agents have also seen chats in the app Signal that showed around 20 people could have been involved.
This is really an extraordinary event that the Bureau was able to stop.
Former FBI Special Agent Ken Gray said easy access to drone technology makes security more complex for the...
All right, I'll stop there. And I think I may have another clip on what these guys looked like, some of the people they picked up, you could imagine. We already seen this. It's the James Franco story. This is on page 6. Ashley Hayes has a message. The heartbreak of watching loved ones walk off the cliff. Man, I feel this.
One of the hardest things about living in the end times that I don't think is talked about enough is how painful it is to watch our loved ones walk off the cliff. How heartbreaking it is and how frustrating it is to watch, our friends, our family members, maybe even acquaintances that we've shared the truth with, to just watch them willingly choose to reject the truth, willingly turn their back on God. They are given the truth on a silver platter. It's presented to them. And then they utilize their free will that God gave them, and they say, no thanks, I'm good. It's heartbreaking and it's painful for us. I can't even imagine. I literally can't imagine because, my finite human mind. I cannot even fathom how much it breaks the Lord's heart, who created them, who literally formed them in their mother's womb. They just choose to turn their back on him. And it frustrates me because everything going on in the world, how do you see the evil at this point? And just, and I know this is what the Bible says. I know it's because their eyes are blinded, their hearts are hardened. But it's so hard to watch it. It's so hard to watch people that we care about walk off the cliff, because it's not only that they are rejecting God, it's what they're about to experience. And I pray that during the 7-year tribulation through the fire, they will repent, they will acknowledge that they were wrong, that they are sinners. But for those who don't, because, unfortunately the word says that the majority of the world will end up in hell. And for us, we did our job. We were obedient. We shared the truth with them. Their blood is not on our hands. We did our job. As followers of Christ, we shared the truth with them. But through their pride, some will just reject the truth until the very end. The Bible says that even during the bowl judgments, even at the very end, after everything that has happened to the world, the Antichrist, the mark of the beast, they will still curse the Lord. And it's as somebody who knows the truth, who sees it, it's hard for me to fathom. How can you reject the one who created you? How can you, at this point, especially when you look at the world and you look at the evil, and even unbelievers, even atheists, we all know that something is wrong. Kind of hard for me to comprehend how somebody can just continue to stick their head in the sand, continue to reject the truth, not even want to open up the word, not even want to explore what the truth could be. You have millions and millions of people trying to share Jesus with them, and you just continually just say, no thanks, I'm good. And just thinking about that, how many chances the Lord gives people, how many chances the Lord is giving people, even right now, the bride is waiting to be caught up. We're just...
All right, I'll stop there. I just want to play some of that from Ashley. Check her channel out on YouTube. Ashley Hayes. This lady's uncle saw the Holy Ghost. That's what he said.
You see anybody up there?
I'll move on from this because it's mostly him doing that, which, at one point,
For
but
more than
he
50
mentions the
years.
Holy Ghost, though, at one point. This is a really crazy story, man. Had to share this one. Listen to this. True story, too.
For more than 50 years, this man kept a secret so unbelievable that even his own family had no idea who he really was. In 1969, 20-year-old bank teller Ted Conrad stole $215,000 from a bank in Cleveland, equivalent to nearly $2 million today, and simply disappeared without a trace. The FBI spent more than 50 years pursuing leads, making the case one of the longest-running fugitive investigations in U.S. history. But Conrad successfully built an entire new life near Boston under the name Thomas Randell. He eventually married, raised a daughter, became a golf enthusiast, and lived as an ordinary suburban family man while investigators remained unaware of his whereabouts. But in 2021, while dying of lung cancer, he finally admitted to his daughter that he was one of America's most wanted fugitives and begged her to keep it secret. Months after his death, investigators used old documents and genealogy records to confirm his identity, finally closing the case 52 years after the theft. His daughter later revealed the story to the world through a podcast about her father's hidden past. For more than 50 years,
That's a mind blower, isn't it? It's wild. Got away with it.
When I was running a nightclub business, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. I thought it's just a business. If I don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. I'm just throwing a party, bro. I'm not telling people to drink. I'm not telling people to move to gal. I'm not telling people to do the mad thing. I'm just putting on a party. I'm just hosting an event. It wasn't until I let go of the business, that God started to explain to me the reason as to why he didn't want me to be running nightclub events. What Holy Spirit revealed to me about running a nightclub, is that there's heavy spiritual implications for what's going on. And I remember when I first started the nightclub business, my life just, it took a dive, bro. It took a deep dive into firming. I was just firming on all fronts. I was having physical afflictions. I had a big cocoa on my face. I'm gonna input the picture here. I had a big cocoa on my face. Doctors didn't know what it was. I missed the first event that we did. So my face was fat. And then obviously by the time we had got to the Sunday of the event, obviously I've missed it. The next day I've woken up on Monday, my face had basically gone down, innit? So I thought that God was punishing me at this time. But the realness of basically what he explained to me was that because you're inviting people to basically come, drink, and engage worldly music, engage in lust, obviously you have to understand that we have a bar spend. You understand? Everybody that you go club, if you lot were to go to the club and not buy one drink, the event organizers have lost money because they have a bar spend to hit, and that's when they get the deposit back. If they don't hit that deposit, if they don't hit that bar spend, they don't get the deposit. Yeah. So technically, in me inviting you to the club, I need you to get drunk because let's be honest, bro. You're not gonna get the bar spend by everybody buying apple juice and flipping Red Bull. You understand? So what basically explaining to me was that the same way that when you come to Christ, and you win a soul, and everything that that soul does, not everything that that soul does, but when that soul wins another soul, it's accounted to you, and all the good that that soul does, bits of it will be accounted to you because you were able, through the grace of God, to like plant a seed into that soul first. And he basically said that it's the exact same thing for the kingdom of darkness. So every single time that you led someone to sin, for example, I put the nightclub on, somebody got drunk and they got in a fight, I'm firm in the implications for that, because the only reason why they were drunk at that point in time was because of me. It's not the same thing. People would just be like, all right, no, but that's not fair, because if I wasn't at the club, I would have went and drank at home. Yeah, but that's not you being blameless. The Bible says that we should be blameless. That's not you being blameless, because you put the event on and they came to your event, and at your event they got drunk. So they were there because of you, and you profited off of them getting drunk. If people fell into lust on that night, all of it comes down to you. And when I was running the business, the nightclub business, I didn't understand why I was firming so much spiritually. Like, I was getting cooked. Imagine a girl will meet a guy at the club, and that girl, life will be ruined after she meets my man, bro. My man will just be a trash guy. Them lot, from that motive, will go into a 5-year span of just nonsense, of pain, but they linked at your event. So do you know what that means? That is being accounted to you. Every single thing that happens from that point, even if regardless that they were going to meet later on, the devil had your event in his plans, bro. The devil's thinking, yeah, you know what? I'm going to plan these two to meet each other at this event, and they're going to destroy each other's life. And the devil's got you in his plans. And that's what spun my mind, bro. When I had to leave the nightclub business, I was vexed and I didn't understand. For like 9 months, I was so upset. Like, I was even messaging my boys. I was like, no, man's going to come back. Like, I need to come back. And it's like, I never understood why God was pressing on me to leave until I came to peace with the fact that I had to leave. Then I started to understand why he actually wanted me to leave. And it's like, many bare people just don't know this. Like, they may think that they're cool, the family in their life is just normal. Since I gave my life to Christ and I left that business behind, there are certain things that I just haven't experienced again. If I'm being completely honest, there's certain battles and certain things that I just haven't experienced again. We actually think that, okay, cool, like, yeah, I go to church on a Sunday and I'm running a business, but I still go to God. My relationship with God is still calm. You're going to be in for a shock. It's the same way, right? God said in the Bible that people are going to say that they did things in his name. People are going to say that they did this and they did that, but he's going to say that, depart from me, I don't know you. Do you understand? Because you think that you know God, but the scary thing is you can think that you know God so well and God does not know you. When I was running...
Yeah, he just did a good kind of explanation of the difference between a kind of a religious-minded person and then somebody truly surrendering to Christ, surrendering your life to him because he did the same for us, and how important his blood is. Honestly, that's what it is. It's the precious blood of Christ. That's where our focus is. It's not how many good deeds. It's not how many good deeds we do. It's not like there's a balance up there between our good deeds and our bad deeds. A lot of people think that way. It's unfortunate. Well, I did a bunch of good deeds this week, man, but I did some bad things too. So I need to do more good things next week. That's a horrible trap. It's not like that. God knows, the Lord knows we're still going to be sinning because we're in the flesh. It doesn't mean we live a life of sin. We're supposed to be different from the world. You're not supposed to just live in sin, just be happy with it. But he holds room for us because he knows. So that's why it says that his precious blood covers all your sins, past, present, and future. Right? But then the difference, like I said, is he doesn't want us living like the world. He doesn't want us taking that for granted. Crucifying him over and over again and just constantly doing whatever it is. You know what I mean? So, all right. Meta furious over bombshell smart glasses revelation.
Hidden in Meta's smart glasses app. The feature is called Name Tag. It identifies strangers by their face in real time. Meta says it is unreleased and exploratory. Sure, but an internal memo showed Meta planned to launch it, quote, during a dynamic political environment where civil society groups would have their resources focused on other concerns. So they were timing when to release it silently. And yet, Meta's response to the reporting was intellectually dishonest. Cry me a river, Meta. Journalists found facial recognition code hidden in Meta's smart glasses app. The feature is called Name Tag. It identifies strangers by their face in real time. Meta says it is unreleased and exploratory. Sure, but an internal memo showed Meta planned to launch it, quote, during a dynamic political environment where civil society groups would have their resources focused on other concerns. So they were timing when to release it silently. And yet, Meta's response to the reporting was intellectually dishonest. Cry me a river, Meta. Journalists...
Excellent report. Thank you, my friend. Metaglass is already creeping people out.
How do you know?
I've already shown videos where people are wearing them and they use facial recognition and can find out anything on anybody they walk by. How do you know when demons are around?
When demons are around, let me give you a few more ways. They tempt you. They trick you. They trap you. They taunt you. They taint you. They torment you. They trigger things, and they, in the end, can torture you. They certainly touch you. Those are the T's this time, going down the alphabet, I guess. But let's take temptation. We know what that can involve. Everything from lust to anger to greed and so forth. They trick you. Oh, the trickster, that's what they call the devil. So many ways that he deceives and then drags you in, and that's when he traps you, ensnares you, gets you in a bind, situation that seems to have no exit. It always does, but seems to be hopeless. It never is. Can do many things, taunting you, discourage you, that's taunting you. Taunt you with your looks, taunt you with your intelligence, taunt you with friends, what they're thinking, what other people say, miscommunication. Many ways in which he harasses you in this way. And that leads to torment. He really can up that game into tormenting you, where it becomes an obsession. And obsessions can really drag towards bad things. And, they trigger a lot of different emotions and a lot of different actions. And in the end, really what he's doing is he's torturing. If we let demons, the devil, and his minions into our lives to too much of an extent, if they infest too much in our surroundings, they torture. They drag us to really bad things, and can be not just emotional, mental, spiritual, but also physical. Cause everything from allergies to cancer. So what do? Don't own it. Don't own that thought that comes to tempt you, to taunt you, to torment you. Cast it out. Don't accept it as your own thought. Okay, that's number one. Number two, cast out spirits by their name. Spirit of temptation, spirit of trickery, spirit of entrapment, spirit of taunting, spirit of taint, spirit of torment, spirit of torture. Cast them out every time they come in. Cut it short, and don't let those thoughts be your own. Know where they come from.
Andy, it put on the screen, but he cast them out in Jesus' name, of course. Yes, indeed.
You see, demons have power only, that is, as far as a Christian is concerned, only when you are walking in some sin. If you allow a besetting sin to get a grip on you, you've opened the way for the demons in your life. As we walk with Christ, if you're a Christian and you're walking in the Spirit and God is with you and all known sin has been confessed and you're in fellowship with Christ, then you can walk in the middle of the most dangerous spiritual situations and be protected by God. You can claim authority over the devil and his angels. But I'll tell you what the devil will do. He'll bluff as far as he can. He'll take all the ground that you give him. Give him an inch, he'll take a foot. Christ can free you, but it's not done with a ritual. It's not done with the way it's being depicted. It's done in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. You see, demons...
There you go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good message. This children's book contains animal noises. Man, this is crazy. So this children's book contains animal noises, but many of them are very sensual and sexualized, highly inappropriate for a child. Can you imagine? Who made this book? Listen to this.
I feel like people making children's books aren't even trying nowadays. Like, look at this thing. Got this zoo book, right? So we've got elephants, and it's like... Okay. We got the lions. Right? We get the monkeys. I know. And then the birds. Like, who's doing this?
Seriously.
So obviously the animal noises in this book are pretty sexualized. So my first thought was, is this book even real? Is it a joke? But no, it's a legitimate children's book from Osborne Publishing. It's not meant to be a joke. It's supposed to be just a regular kid's book. So my next thought is, okay, is the publisher tied to the LGBTQ community in some way? And the answer is yes, they do have ties to the LGBTQ community. They make books that challenge traditional gender norms.
I'm not surprised. Man, how about those animal noises, though? It's freaking weird. Amazon has freezers. Back to Amazon again. They have freezers for squinchers, hydration popsicles in their warehouses. It's for employees to stay hydrated and cook because it gets so hot working. Amazon warehouse workers say that these are always empty, and the fridge is just for show, despite Amazon being a multi-trillion-dollar company. Indeed. Who wants a squincher?
Hey, y'all know what the cold part is? They give us these ice creams, right? Nasty ass ice creams on top of that. But look, we don't even get ice creams. We just get ice. $1-trillion company that can't even keep it stocked with ice cream.
Amazon isn't a trillion-dollar company. It's a multi-trillion-dollar company.
All right. Crazy. Any of you work for Amazon, by the way? I think I saw some of y'all mention that you had earlier. We were talking about it earlier. Multiple UFO witnesses in San Antonio, Texas. It's a good one. I can't remember. Is it the ghost lights? Yeah, I think it's the lights again. Let's see. I can't remember if it's...
Something happened in Texas, specifically. It's like it knew it was being watched and shut off completely. But then the second witness saw the actual object.
I think. Well, maybe it is an object.
And the thing is, mass.
Okay, I think I'm wrong. Maybe it's an object this time.
Take a look at these.
Look.
Exactly which one?
It's crazy.
Yo, I can see a lion from somewhere else. That's on TikTok. I can see a lion.
A lion?
Yeah, I can see a lion. Look, see? Look, see? The freaking eyes and the ears and the nose and the mouth. And
It's because there's a cloud, like the lights are reflecting off the clouds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they're like messing with the clouds. Yo.
Hey, do you want to go give me a, you want me to go give you a drink?
Anytime it's on the clouds, I think it's blue beam.
No, but that's just wet. Yeah, I'm not wet over here. My butt's dry.
This is the sky. It's kind of light shows going on over here.
What? Dude, this cannot be a light shot 2 a.m. I mean...
Yeah, I couldn't tell, but usually we've seen what I believe is the blue hyphen beam being used on clouds. You know, I call them the ghost lights. Bryce Crawford shares his experience with demonic encounters. It's a street preacher.
Oh yeah, bro, dude. We had this guy. At the first apartment I lived in here in LA, bro, I kept seeing this like shadowed figure thing in our apartment.
Yeah.
And I was like, I thought it was weird, and I kept seeing it. So I kept telling my roommates, and they were just all like, all right, whatever, you know, because they're Christian, and they were just like, okay. And so we would pray and stuff like that. And then I kept seeing it. And then I started getting really bad nightmares. We had like a apartment meeting.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, is anyone living in sin that we don't know about? We're all like, no, nothing's going on. And then come to find out, dude, there was a guy that was living directly underneath us that was doing these like Native American rituals and stuff underneath us. And they were like, bro, they would be breaking stuff all the time in there. And it was like crazy insane. But he was doing these rituals. And then that night, my roommate saw it because I was like, I see it. And then bro, I've had like demonic encounters.
All right. Thanks for sharing, sir. He's got some really great clips. Some street preaching out there. It takes a lot of courage. Two friends were exploring a restricted area deep inside a tropical forest in Malaysia when something terrifying happened. This has over 1 million views. Check this one out. This is scary. A mysterious creature suddenly started chasing us. There it is. Look at that. What the crap? It's completely black. He's grunting back. It's grunting.
Ikan begini. Kemana apa? Kamu? Kamu. Halo, Ma, mau di mana? Mari dekat kebun kejap.
Yeah, can you come help us?
Oh,
bring pew.
Aku ni ada atas pokok ni ada beruang. Oh, tapi kena jaga-jaga sikit. Aku dekat pokok durian. Oh, bawa pagang.
Gimana pula? Man, it's another one. I'd like to see the rest of that one. But that's pretty wild. It's a good capture of whatever that thing was. Some kind of creature, humanoid. This will go down as the greatest 2026 World Cup interview ever, it says.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, how you doing?
My name is...
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Hirochika Nakakuki.
Oh, wow.
It's live?
Okay.
It's
yes,
live?
Yes, it's live. Baby.
Yeah.
Yes. How
yeah.
excited are you?
Yeah.
You were so excited, right? Japan, right?
Excuse me.
Okay.
I cannot speak English, but I'm excited.
I love it! Yeah, baby! Let's go!
Japan,
baby! Look, it's lit. It's lit. Okay, what are we looking at? Oh my gosh, can you tell me what this is? We're looking at his back.
Japanese. Toyama. Okay? Toyama's message. いっぱい集めてる. Yes, collection.
Amen.
Message collections. Toyama's message collections.
I love it.
Okay?
I love the energy.
Yes,
Thank you so much for talking to us.
Yeah.
You got any predictions? You got a score?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Japan?
Yeah.
Wonder if
score?
he's
The
a
score.
comedian
What do
or
you think?
something.
1-0?
2-0, win Japan!
Yeah, he's totally trolling. It's good, though. It goes on for a while, but I wanted to play a little bit of that. The way they talked about Jesus hurt him. Oh, man, this is a good one. Check this out.
She walked into a coffee shop, and you got to hear what happened.
Well, I just had my heart broken a little bit. I'm sitting outside of a cafe in Oklahoma, and these three people come out, and they're laughing and having a good time. And granted, I'm at a pretty liberal cafe, but I hear them discussing, somebody's like, it's a holiday. Why is it a holiday? What holiday is it? And then one of them laughs and makes the joke that, well, apparently, I guess Jesus died today. And then they make some other boisterous comments about Jesus dying, the supposed Jesus dying. And then the one girl laughs and says, yeah, I had to find out about Jesus' death on my Park Mobile app because, you know, Jesus died. The city tells us that Jesus died for our parking fees since we don't have to pay parking fees today since it's a holiday. Poking fun at that. And I know obviously not everybody is a believer in this country, but Jesus died the same for everybody. Well, they had no idea, and they have no idea, and then they balk at it and laugh at it, because what Jesus went through today on Good Friday, there is no description of it. I did a deep study of the crucifixion a few years ago when I had to give a speech on a Good Friday at church, and when you really get into the suffering, the level of pain, the level of miraculousness that he even lasted almost 9 hours, what he endured, there are no words for it, and none of us could even imagine it. Even the worst horror film that we've seen or what we think of as torture doesn't amount to what he took on and what he felt across for us, including for those people that were just making fun of it.
All right. Nice. Good message. Thank you, lady. That is sad, especially that it happened in Oklahoma. The names from Peter Thiel's Secret Society invitation-only retreat have been leaked. Peter Thiel, the reptile, somebody had pointed out before. Yeah, he's really into the book of the Antichrist and the Bible, but he's kind of twisted.
Why is everybody not talking about this immediately? Let's just go through a couple of the greatest hits. We have self-proclaimed health guru Peter Attia. We have Scott Bessent, the Secretary, U.S. Treasury. Sarah Bond, the president of Xbox at Microsoft. Mike Cannon-Brooks, the co-founder and co-CEO of Atlassian. Michael Bronstein, chief product officer of Roblox. Bob Cialdini, the author of the book Influence, very well-known book. We have the co-founder and chairman of Intuit, co-founder and COO of Oklo, executive chairman of LinkedIn, that's of course Reid Hoffman. Sam Harris, Joseph Gordon-Levitt somehow got an invite.
Whoa.
We got Tim Ferriss for their propaganda wing. Ted Cruz, of course, is in the club. He's a good, obedient little senator. Looky there. There's our fraud, Brian Johnson. One more.
All right, I'll go and move on. I guess I was hoping to get more into what Peter Thiel was talking about, but it's all right. We good. No matter what happens, this is valuable information. 4 things that will attract dangerous people after it all hits the fan. So this is like really good information for people heading into the trib.
4 things that will attract dangerous people after it all hits the fan. Share this with everyone. Being prepared is one thing. When it comes to survival, it's a whole different ballgame. First up, smoke. You might need a fire to cook or stay warm, but if you burn the wrong things like green wood, plastics, or rubber, you'll create thick white or black smoke that can be seen for miles. Now, this is an open invitation for people who are desperate. If you need to burn something, make a Dakota fire hole or keep your fire small and use dry wood to minimize smoke. Next up is smell. If you're cooking food, especially meat, that scent will travel far. And in a world where people are starving, that's like ringing the dinner bell. You have to cook, do it low and slow, and try to contain the smell. Because once they catch a whiff, you won't even see them coming. That sound right there is an announcement. Someone out there knows you have supplies, and they might be willing to take them. Stay quiet, stay unnoticed, or be ready for company. And finally, we have to talk about light. When the grid goes down and the world's going to be darker than you've ever seen it, 1 candle, 1 flashlight, and you might as well be a lighthouse in a storm. If you need light, block out windows, cover reflections, and never let light escape outside. Survival is about more than what you do. It can also be about what you don't do.
All right, thanks for the tips, sir. Much appreciated. They gave a date, June 24th, so we saw this at the beginning of the show. More people have joined since then, so if you didn't know, there's this prediction for June 24th, and I'll let him explain.
All right, guys. The fake alien invasion is set for June 24th in Miami. Why Miami, you might ask? Well, of course it's going to be in America. For a million reasons. We're the easiest to fool, that's number 1. And of course it's going to be in Florida, because that's where all the space nonsense takes place. The fake alien invasion has been predicted for decades. It's important that you don't fall for it. They will use the Project Bluebeam technology. Just remember, it's all a lie. All right, guys.
Well, again, I always have to disagree. It's not all going to be fake and holograms. Like, they'll have real entities here. Video shows Oliver Tree exposing the Illuminati for body doubles. Let's check some of this out. Told you there's a lot of little clips on Oliver Tree today.
What's the biggest conspiracy theory that you believe in?
It's a great question. That one about Avril Lavigne, everyone knows Avril died in 2004.
Yeah, this isn't her on tour right now.
No. She's had multiple body doubles. Same with Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin, too.
He's got multiple plastic surgery people that go in and do different stuff, so yeah.
Which one are you more confident about? Putin or Avril Lavigne?
I'm gonna go with Avril on this one.
Yeah. What's your favorite song by Avril Lavigne?
Definitely Skater Boy. I made a cover at one point called Scooter Boy.
All right, there you go. But that is interesting, huh? Like, he knows. I told you, the more I find on him, he's kind of one of us, if you will. You know, he's into a lot of the same stuff. On January 19th, 2026, during a church service, somebody recorded this this light being. Check this out. It's pretty cool. All right, cool. Love it. As long as it's a good light being, not a bad one. Visitors to Toronto for the World Cup are literally mind blown at what they're finding in Toronto. So here's more of these.
Guys, Toronto is one of the dirtiest. It doesn't even feel like it's a first world country. Look, look. You don't see this in Ecuador. Look. Do you see this in Ecuador? Look, look, look. This is downtown. This is like the flagship. Yonge and Dundas. This is the flagship of Toronto. And there's literally garbage, crackheads, crazy people, people talking to themselves, fetty heads. Bro, this is a third world country. Like this, I feel like I'm in, bro, coming from Quito, Quito is way more civilized. This is a fucking mess. What is going on, guys?
Canada's been tanking, my friend. We cover a lot of news from Canada over on the Monday show, the Uncensored show, actually. Psychic with 23 million followers, and here she is. Here's another one talking about June 24th. Check it out.
A self-proclaimed seer with more than 23 million followers on Instagram is claiming something wild. She says on the 24th of June, aliens will invade a Miami stadium and abduct soccer players.
Eu acabei de ter pesadelo e vim aqui para poder falar para vocês o pesadelo, o sonho que eu tive.
All right, actually, we saw the story earlier, so we'll go and move on. If there's anything else different we haven't seen, there's Anna Polina Luna. There's Steven, propaganda man. Stopping into a store to buy sunglasses in 2026 will have you shocked. Yeah, no kidding. I'm big into sunglasses, but they're always cheap because they have their own styles. You can buy cheap with just cool styles. I like that.
So I came to Cabela's really quick because I left my sunglasses at home and I figured, oh yeah, they've got some sunglasses there. They're probably not super expensive. Are y'all actually insane? Not Cabela's, but manufacturers of sunglasses. It's plastic, dude. I know Oakley's, Ray-Bans, they get expensive, but $200 for a piece of plastic that doesn't do anything more special or anything better than another $20 pair that I could find at Meijer. Even the cheap end of sunglasses here, $60 to $100. Now, I know that's not Cabela's fault. I know that's the fault of the manufacturers of those sunglasses, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure are all made in the same exact facility, probably. Armani, Ray-Ban, Oakley's, whatever other, Gucci, whatever. I'm sure I would look good in some Gucci glasses, but online, Ray-Ban has a bunch of sales, but even then, it's like $160.
Dang, look at that. $500 for Ray-Ban Meta. No thanks. Isn't that crazy? Hundreds of dollars for sunglasses, man. 20 or below. That's what I do. This Joker rant is going viral. Yeah, this is pretty wild. This guy's acting like the Joker, but check out what he's saying.
They took the trees. Our fruit trees. They took the trees and sold us back the fruit. Then they took the water. Rivers, rain, springs that fed civilizations for thousands of years, bottled it and sold it back to us. They took the land that existed here long before any human drew lines around it. And they said, if you want to stand here, you better have a payment plan. Everything we need to exist, food, water, shelter, was already here. Nobody created it. But somehow, you were born owing for it. Am I the only one this drives mad? I mean, why is a free life such a crazy idea? Why does simply existing without bills, debt, or permission sound like a fantasy? Why in the hell did we ever let anybody convince us that this is the way things were supposed to be.
Indeed, sir. Good acting. Great movie. He broke illegally into a forbidden canyon near Petra, and he filmed this. Man, this is really, really cool stuff. Stone blocks weighing 2,000 tons, carved straight out of the mountain with precision that seems impossible. So he went past the barrier, and look at this, what he found.
These strange stones behind me are so mysterious.
Look at that.
Like, imagine all that work. All this cutout just to make that. And then to make a couple more. Some more tombs down that canyon. Another big old block. Oh yeah, that one's got a doorway.
Look at that.
This is all carved out, a water channel.
There's a bunch of tombs.
It's definitely flooded. So this definitely goes down another 10 feet. More tombs back there. Couple here.
It's pretty remarkable, isn't it? It'd be so cool to go explore something like that. This is one of the strangest things an earthquake can do, and if you watch the ground, this happened in the Philippines last week. 7.8. Watch the ground. At one point, it looks like it's water moving. It'll pan left.
Lord, bulig do ako, Lord. Diyos ko. Diyos ko. Ay, Diyos ko. Ang talaga bulag. Uy, kadlok. Kadlok, oh. Kadlok.
Gotta admit, that's some scary stuff right there. Whoa. I've been in some little ones. How about you? Ever been in an earthquake before? Says you better stop doing everything now. This is worth your time. Oh, this guy sees something.
Like alongside of it to the right. You see that? Sorry. For the shaky camera, guys. Sorry about that. There's a satellite. 2 satellites. All right, back to the main object. Whoa, 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 guys. Do you see that? It looks like there's something that came out of it. It's very faint. Do you see it? Oh, shit. Now it started strobing. Do y'all see that, though? It's like to the upper right of the other object.
I see it.
The little object. Look at that. What the hell is that?
Something strobing.
What the hell is that, man? That's not a freaking plane. What the hell is that?
It's gonna come get you.
There's no sound. Stupid bug. Whoa, did y'all see that? The other object just lit up.
Yeah, look at that.
The smaller object that came out of it. Look at that. Stupid trees, man. And it started strobing again. Look at that, man.
It's a good capture.
Whoa, what the fuck, dude? It disappeared. Are y'all seeing this? What in the hell is that? Whoa, what do we have here? Look at this shit, guys. And strobing again.
All right, cool. It's a pretty good catch. He was tripping. Can't blame him. This gas station clerk took someone's winning $1 million lottery ticket, telling the customer it was worth nothing, then threw it in the garbage. When the customer left, he went back and took the ticket out of the garbage and tried to claim it at the office. That's dirty.
Patel, $1 million. The customer handed you his ticket. You told him it was worth nothing, threw it in the trash, pulled it back out, and went to collect the prize yourself. The whole thing.
This is Mir Patel, a 23-year-old gas station clerk in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. He walked into the Tennessee lottery office thinking he was about to collect $1 million. This footage shows the moment that plan fell apart.
It's on camera. In the garbage. It was in the trash. I did not take it from anyone. I found it. I thought I had the right to claim it.
He would keep telling that story for the next several hours. He would tell it to the lottery clerk, to the supervisor, to the investigators in the back office, and finally to 2 Rutherford County detectives who already had the surveillance footage queued up on a laptop. He found it in the trash. That was the story. There was only one problem with it. The Shell station at 1207 Greenland Drive had cameras over the register, cameras over the lottery display, cameras over the trash bin, and cameras over the back hallway. Every single one of them was on. Every single one of them recorded what really happened. And every single one of them showed something very different. I have to ask, winner?
It's kind of wanting to see more footage of him getting busted, but it's always nice to see. I wonder if he had nails in his gas pumps. This isn't just a ceramic bowl. It's a perfect example of how traditional craftsmanship can make everyday tasks smarter. This is in school. If they still do that. Love it, man. For some reason, I could just sit there and watch that all day. I don't know why. It's nice to see. Florida actually has wild monkeys, and the story behind it's pure chaos. In the 30s, a boat tour operator released a few Reese's macaws, how you say it, on an island to boost tourism, assuming monkeys couldn't swim. Turns out they're expert swimmers. They escaped and have multiplied since. And look at all these monkeys. I loved it. Reminds me when I was in Costa Rica, my last home I was in, I had monkeys in my backyard every day around noon. Tons of them in the trees.
They're jumping in.
It's nice. Love it. Love me some monkeys. We have a case of tip fatigue here. How about you? Have you noticed, like, everywhere you'd go lately, it seems like they're asking for a tip, especially food-type joints. I've seen that a lot on here.
What the fuck just happened? But I went into a sandwich shop, and I went up to the window, ordered the sandwich I wanted, which was a pre-built menu. It wasn't like I went down the line and you built the sandwich for me in front of me. I ordered, and I got a drink, and I went to pay for it, which I picked up at a different window. And I went to go pay, and I pressed no on a tip, and the transaction went through, and she said, "You didn't tip me." I said, "I know. I know." And I was very kind, very polite, right? She said, "Well, why not?" And I said, "Well, I ordered a sandwich and I'm getting it to go. There was, I didn't feel like there was a tip needed." She goes, "Well, everybody tips us." And she goes, "We're making your sandwich for you." And I said, "Isn't that what your hour?"
Like you. If you're in this country illegally, you will be deported back to the country from which you came. Well, it turns out not only were those illegal migrants planted in the audience, they were literally coached on what to say by an open borders charity. This is according to the Telegraph in astonishing reports today. And the chief executive of this open borders charity also happened to be in the audience of that question time and just happened to have been randomly selected, of course, by Fiona Bruce to ask another question.
All right.
In which the Brit...
We'll go and move on. We got it. They're so... their doors are so wide open to that whole agenda over there. It's just nuts. Call everyone right now. Some crazy stuff is heading their way. Oh, yeah. This is so good. This is a classic, man. This is a classic. I feel like I need to resave it. But this is from a gas station in Mexico, I think. This has been around for years. I just was happy to find it again. No, it's in Peru. Live news coverage from Peru. Alien thingamabob, they describe it as. Insane creature came down from the sky, popped out of a craft, according to witnesses, and just started, quote, walking everywhere. And this is from the news. And look at this. And this is a classic, man, before AI and all.
Grábalo, sí, está caminando, grábalo.
La supuesta entidad azul, con lo que parecen unos tentáculos que le servirían para desplazarse, fue grabada por 3 jóvenes trabajadores de una estación de gasolina al pie de la carretera. Ellos dicen que desde lejos pensaron que era un globo, pero al acercarse el miedo los invadió.
Cálmate, cálmate. Cálmate. Me paralizó ahí. Sí, cálmate. Me paralizó. Grábalo, sí, está caminando, grábalo.
La supuesta entidad azul, con lo que parecen unos tentáculos que le servirían para desplazarse, fue grabada por 3 jóvenes trabajadores de una estación de gasolina al pie de la carretera. Ellos dicen que desde lejos pensaron que era un globo, pero al acercarse el miedo los invadió.
Cálmate, cálmate. Cálmate.
What the? I guess that's okay. It's on the video. They're slowing it down. But it looks like it's got long tentacles. It almost looks like a big jellyfish, doesn't it? A big fat jellyfish floating around with long tentacles underneath it. But yeah, it's total classic. I hadn't seen this one in years. I was always looking for these kinds of videos. DARPA scientist warning, they're on their way.
I have a DARPA-related scientist who emails me out of the blue and says, look, I worked alongside DARPA scientists. When I saw, what I heard, what I read in memos, what I heard being discussed, what I saw being implemented was weaponry for an offensive and a defensive planetary invasion. Okay. Do you want to walk that back of invasion? You want me to go to the public on the internet with invasion? They think I'm crazy as it is. And he's like, I'm not walking back that word, invasion. And they're coming back for resources, for equipment, and to recover some bodies. That was plainly said. And they don't care what we think.
All right, we'll see, sir. We'll see. I mean, it's open season for anybody to throw wild theories out also. I'm not saying he was, but got to keep that in mind as well. As all the real info is coming out, there's going to be some dumb stuff mixed in. The masks are starting to come off. Check this out. Found another one, it looks like.
Okay, what the fuck is going on? Is this regime comprised of things that like to wear masks? Okay, so perusing YouTube, watching Midas Touch, talking to bullshit as usual. They're playing a clip of Ingram interviewing Scott Bessent. And I use the quotations because even Midas Touch is like, man, Scott Bessent looks really disheveled. He looks off. And so, you'll see why.
So, Laura, we understand this is a challenging time.
It's going to go full screen, sorry.
President.
There it is.
The cabinet was with him. We believe
like another mask.
There it is.
Had to take this opportunity to keep Iran from having a nuclear weapon. We will see.
Oh my God. And look at the eyebrows. His eyebrows, like, they doubled in size since the last I saw him. But look at that. There it is again.
It's either makeup or the face is just flawless, right? The skin. I'm sure there's some makeup too, but... What? I know, dude. That's right. Man, there's I wonder if there'll come a day where they just on the news just start pulling their masks off. Here we are. Aliens, in quotes. Glitch in the Matrix caught on tape.
Somebody tell me what in the living bejesus my daughter's boyfriend recorded tonight on his way to his lifeguard training. It's a dead bird and it's floating in the sky.
Oops. That's freaking weird, man.
Isn't it?
Yeah, like there's someone else taking a picture.
It's just so weird because it should be moving.
Yeah, I don't see any, like... I don't see anything, like...
Dang.
Alright, well, I'm ready to drive.
Yeah. What if it just dropped all of a sudden? Wouldn't that be freaky?
Okay, well, let's go before it just drops on us.
Crazy kids. It's a good capture, though. We've seen some of those before. Some other birds in the past seem to be frozen in the air. There's always that broom. That was a good one. Flocks.
A surveillance system, that is a flock safety camera. It's an artificial intelligence automated license plate reader. I've reported on Flock before, and if there's one thing people in the comments can agree on, it's their hatred of this. That's because at least 90,000 Flock cameras across 6,000 communities read over 20 billion plates per month. All that information then gets uploaded into a giant shared database, which can be accessed by law enforcement and government agencies. And no surprise, this raises a slew of issues. Like one Ohio man pulled over accused of stolen plates, attacked by police dogs, and jailed because Flock read the 7 on his plates as a 2. Or the Colorado woman accused of stealing a package and treated as guilty until proven innocent because Flock caught her driving 20 times in 1 month. Then there's the Arkansas couple that had a Flock camera pointed right at their house, putting them and their guests under constant warrantless surveillance. And not to perpetuate stereotypes, but multiple cops and police chiefs have accessed Flock hundreds of times to stalk their exes and current partners. But don't worry, you can stalk people too, because Flock cameras are hackable in under 30 seconds. They can be turned into a personal spy device, run on an Android operating system discontinued in 2021, and didn't even have two-factor authentication until it recently came out that they didn't. YouTuber Ben Jordan even found 51 vulnerabilities with Flock and said accessing them is so easy, 12-year-olds could do it. We don't condone the destruction of Flock cameras, but we're also not surprised the public has reached their boiling point. One Virginia man now faces 19 felonies and 6 misdemeanors for destroying 13 cameras over 6 months.
Oh boy, we've been seeing that with the ULEZ in the UK for a few years. They're doing the same thing.
One of the most common entry points for demons into someone's life is their childhood, and demons don't play fair. Demons often use people's weaknesses to gain access, and one of people's most weak moments or parts of their life is often their childhood. When you think about it, children are dependent on other people for their protection and their livelihood. And when deliverance ministers try to ascertain where or when demons came into someone's life, one of the first places we look is their childhood, particularly childhood trauma. If children are abused, they likely have unforgiveness. And if children were intimately abused, there's another open door. When we do deliverance for people, we always look at their childhood, and we will hear things like, my father was an alcoholic, or my mother did drugs, or I was adopted. And that's often what brings in a spirit of abandonment or rejection. Sometimes.
All right. Thanks, lady. I was adopted. Hey, check this out. This is a fun one. Inside of a Wendy's restaurant from 1988. So cool to check some of these out. This will bring back some memories for you. Four phones. They don't do that anymore.
Double cheese, everything on tomato, that would have been medium coat, French fries.
It's cool to eat one of those burgers and compare it to today's.
Snake foot as well, a medium fast. Hang on, that is cut the bone, where does it go? 275, and I take your thing, there you go. For the steam, a chili and cheese baked potato, 1 medium iced tea, extra item, 3 on 7.
Yeah, they don't expect tips back then.
And large food
Just nice to see. I don't know. It's kind of cool checking these out. I've actually got some other little surprises here. This one right here is a classic from 1905 called Pussy's Breakfast. I know, insert jokes here. But it'll all make sense eventually. It's only just over a minute long, but it's 1905, man. Check this out. They colorized it. I don't know if I can play the music or not. just kind of cool to see the stuff colorized, just for obvious reasons. It makes it feel like it's just filmed earlier today or something, you know? Almost. A very different time, 1905. Yeah, they used to dress like that. Isn't that wild? People used to dress up. The old videos we see of like New York City and places like that. See, now it makes sense. That's pussy from the title. Insert jokes here. And the kitty likes the milk. But the colorization worked weird with the cat. Didn't quite go over so well. There you go. Cute. I like the ribbon. It's nice stripes, too. Look at that cat. It's pretty interesting. 1905 house cat. It's so cool. And just interesting markings, too. His legs. Look at those legs. His arms. There you go, guys. Enjoyed a little breakfast with the kitty today. You're welcome. Here's another one that's a fun little throwback. 1994 club scene before selfies and social media. Love it. This is from King of the Paparazzi YouTube channel. Jump ahead some. Cool, huh? Let's see. One seems happy. Love it. King of Paparazzi YouTube channel.
A lot of Christians are scared to hear, "Depart from me, I never knew you." And I was one of those believers too that would say, man, that's one of the scariest things to hear. But guess what? Should no Christian ever fear hearing, "Depart from me, I never knew you"? And I'm about to back everything I say with scripture. So I want us to stop listening to people who are pushing fear-based obedience, who want you to be scared of God's judgment when you are already in Christ. Because when we read the word, Romans 8:1 says, "For there is no condemnation for those who are in Christ." Now, am I going to listen to the Bible, or am I going to listen to the charismatic person in front of this camera that's telling you something that goes against the Bible? The Bible also tells us to rejoice in Christ's coming. 1 Peter 4:13, I'll read it. But rejoice insofar as you are sharing Christ's sufferings, that you may also be glad and shout for joy when his glory is revealed. So the Bible is telling you, don't be scared of Judgment Day. Don't be scared when Jesus come back. Rejoice. And here's a slept-on verse. So we have come to know and to believe the love that God has for us. God is love, and whoever abides in love abides in God, and God abides in him. By this is love perfected with us, so that we may have confidence for the day of judgment. Because as he is, so also are we in this world. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear. For fear has to do with punishment, and whoever fears has not been perfected in love. If we are still in a place of fear on the day of judgment, it's because we haven't fully embraced God's grace. We have not embraced his love. This is why it's important to get out of our minds and get into the word. The word brings reassurance. Our minds brings more spiraling. Your mind and other people will tell you things that go against the word of God. When you focus on yourself, fear increases. When you focus on God, faith increases. So now let's get into the big scary verse, Matthew 7:23. I'm gonna start from 21 and then go to 23 so we can get more context. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. On that day, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name and cast out demons in your name and do many mighty works in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness. Lawlessness. Oh man, I almost had it, y'all. But anyways, he said, only the people who do the will of the Father. What is the will of the Father? Let's go through scripture, shall we? According to John chapter 6, verse 40. For this is the will of my Father. We're about to hear the will of the Father. What is it? That everyone who looks on the Son and believes in him should have eternal life, and I will raise him up on the last day. And just to give y'all another...
And there it is. Thank you, sir. So if you're really in Christ, no worries. This is cool. It's another some of those the Europeans coming over here to America and trying our food. He's at Whataburger.
I'm in America for the World Cup and trying Chick-fil-A for the first time. Are we? Oh my days.
Oh my days. Oh my days.
Amazing!
Guys, I'm in America and I can't lie, I've been hearing about Waffle House.
This is fucking nuts. I gotta be, neither the Canadian nor the English brain can comprehend this at this moment in time. Wow. The sandwich was made by the Lord himself. Oh my God, this is amazing.
America, what have you guys done to me? I have become taco obsessed. Tacos.
Yeah.
My God.
I'm in IHOP and I voted the chicken waffle. I've never seen this before in my life. That's good chicken.
We're in the States for the World Cup, so we figured we might as well try some Raising Cane's, a couple Canadians. Oh, the sauce is really fucking good.
I'm trying KFC for the first time in America.
Oh!
Steak, hamburger, and Caesar salad. So good. A steak, and that Mexican?
Mexican.
Yes. I'm currently in Brooklyn, New York, and I'm about to get Mexican food from a food truck. Ah, you're lying.
God,
oh
good.
my days.
I'm getting hungry.
All right, spicy pork taste test. Oh my God, that is insane.
It's good to see. Welcome to America, lads. Hope you enjoy the food. Here's just the last bit, but other stuff we haven't even seen yet on Oliver Tree, but I want to share some of this. So he's got a few clips together, which are really good. Check this out.
Digital ad spend. Nobody really cares in the building, it seems like. I made a lot of money for Atlantic Records, and they don't seem to remember that. I have gotten no support. They forgot to ingest multiple songs into the system, which means the songs didn't come out. I had a Valentine's Day breakout song that didn't even get released because someone forgot to put it in. I don't really understand how that's possible. I've made them tens of millions of dollars, but they don't remember that. So, the music is owned by them. The remainder of the music will not be coming out. I will always continue to make music. Thank you for everyone who's supported me. I can't wait to release more music at some point at a later time, but for now, there is nothing on the horizon. I'm so sorry, and I love you guys. Thank you.
According to fans, he had grown frustrated with being pushed towards making viral, TikTok-friendly hits, and instead wanted greater creative control over his work. The split reportedly created complications surrounding the release of his newest album. For a time, many believed the project would never see the light of day. Fans flooded social media and allegedly contacted the label directly.
I got into making art. Over the last 2.5 years, I traveled 82 countries and recorded this album on all 7 continents. These are the types of projects that charge me as an artist. This is why I got into it in the first place. And just because I'm not making songs for TikTok means that the label doesn't want to support the vision. Well, guess what? I don't give a shit. And after you guys have joined together in tens of thousands and sent messages to the label, we have officially reached a negotiation over the past course of a week. My team has got the label to agree to release Love You Madly, Hate You Badly on my personal imprint, Alien Boy Records. You guys, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. This music is finally going to see daylight. So support your local indie artists and go pre-order my album. April 24th is the official date. I love you all.
On April 24th, 2026, Oliver Tree released Love You Madly, Hate You Badly. Then, people started looking at the album artwork. People online claimed the cover appeared to depict twisted metal, wreckage, and debris eerily similar to the aftermath of the crash. Others pointed out that the helicopter reportedly went down in an area containing parked electric vehicles, leading some to wonder whether the imagery was merely coincidental or something more. As internet investigators dug deeper, they began uncovering a growing list of strange connections. At the time of his death, Oliver had 3.3 million Instagram followers and exactly 126 posts.
33.
Conspiracy theorists quickly noted that Kobe Bryant's fatal helicopter crash occurred on January 26, 2020, highlighting the repeated appearance of the number 126. Others calculated that the 2 helicopter tragedies occurred exactly 333 weeks apart, waving goodbye. To many, it felt
look, he had a picture of himself between these 2 helicopters, which is kind of
unsettling. And it doesn't stop there. He had 126 posts on Instagram, while 126 was when Kobe passed away. Also on this day, Cristiano Ronaldo eclipsed 666 million followers on Instagram, and it was the same day as Trump's birthday.
So that's some wild stuff, man. I may have to start looking more into that too. But yeah, I know he passed away like about a week ago. That's why someone asked in chat, but that's why I'm sharing some of the stuff people are finding now. People have been saying the sun is different. Many people feel it's brighter and much harsher. This guy ran a little easy experiment, and look at what he found here. Remember how some of the sunflowers are turning away from the sun now?
People are saying the sun is different. Look, we live at Smith Mountain Lake. I want to show you something. I've got this Coke I've got this right here, half full. I'm going to set it on this tractor for 1 week in the sun, and I'll be back. Today is June 3rd, and I'm setting it right here. Right there it is. I'll be back in a week. All right, so today is June 10th. Now I want you to look at this. 1 week's time.
Look at that.
That was Coke. And look at the label. So it was sitting like that right there with that exposed to the sun. Look at that. And look at the Coke. 1 week in our sun at Smith Mountain Lake.
It's pretty wild, man. I don't know what that means, what the colorization means. What do you think? I guess it just boiled everything out. This is why we're not allowed to enter most areas through the Grand... Oh, we saw that earlier. That was our buddy that found all the cool stuff. This is why we're not allowed to enter... Oh, okay. Oops. I got a couple double posts today. It happens. Kellogg's Pop-Tarts. Have you seen this? They've released the new, quote, super stuffed brand Pop-Tarts, but they're an absolute scam. I haven't eaten a Pop-Tart in probably decades, but...
Picked up these new Pop-Tarts, right? Super stuffed Pop-Tarts. These motherfuckers got me pissed off. Look at this shit. Look at this bullshit. One motherfucking Pop-Tart. Is that even bigger than a fucking rip? What? That's not even bigger than a regular fucking Pop-Tart. You get one per package. And you get 4, right? Hold on. You get 5. You get 5, okay? You get 5. No. Regular Pop-Tarts are better.
All these people in the comments agree that these are just the old Pop-Tarts. These are what one regular Pop-Tart used to look like in 2008.
Yep. So I was thinking too, from what I remember, haven't had one of those in a long time. Like I said, but there's these other frozen pastries I used to like. Anyway, this is the guy with the sun. I had a feeling I had several of these Pop-Tarts. Let's see if this one. We got Oliver Tree. We already got enough on Oliver Tree, I think, for now. Proof the media is brainwashing the world into hating America.
About America. Like, I'm in Florida. This beach is insane. Like, just as good as Australian beaches. But if you log onto the news, everything's bad. Everyone's got blue hair. Everything's terrible. It's not. It's absolutely fucking amazing. Are you kidding me?
The reason for this is very simple. All of the media, the global mainstream media, which is major newspapers, TV networks, wire services, and digital outlets, are left-leaning. Look at this, around 80% of...
Indeed. Yeah, we know. Blows. It's the way it's been forever, it feels like in America. At least for me. Spencer Pratt. Here's what he's got to say.
I warned you. Gavin Newsom and his wife were on the take. We blew the whistle on how the first partner, Jennifer Newsom, was getting fire aid money diverted into her dubious nonprofit, taking from donations that people were told was meant for fire victims. When we broke that story, what did they do? Well, they just deleted her NPO from the list of donor recipients on the Fire Aid website and lied about it ever happening. Well, now we are finding out that Gavin's wife has personally netted over $4 million through this nebulous organization, Cal Volunteers, a weird NPO that Gavin simply made up for her within the office of the first partner. But nobody can fully explain what they actually do. Well, now, it's a pretty California thing for rich dudes to make up fake businesses that burn money so their wives can stay busy and keep distracted from their affairs. But normally, it's like a boutique fashion store that the husband doesn't mind losing $20K.
Good stuff, man. He's on fire. I love it. I'll be watching Spencer Pratt and seeing what he does now. This is crazy. It says
13 minus 4 is 9.
This is.
I just started laughing out loud, like that was just the strangest coincidence to me. And I didn't think much of it for a second, but then I walked by my microwave and I saw the number 11. And I just reflexively went, all right, 1 plus 1 is 2, 11 minus 2 is 9. And I started freaking out. I was like, what is this? How come? My first thought, to be honest with you, was, here I am, the human calculator, traveling the world, performing. I thought that I had missed one day in 4th grade when they taught this. It's so simple, you're going to see here in a second. I thought that I just missed that day and nobody ever shared it with me. And so we moved a lot when I was a kid, so I had a lot of reasons to think I just missed it. So I started calling my math friends and say, what is this? What is it called? But here's how it works. Let's start at the simplest number, 10, first number after 9. All you do is add up all the digits in that number and write that total underneath. So 1 plus 0 is 1. Put the total underneath and subtract. 10 minus 1 is 9. Let's try a couple random ones. 15. 1 plus 5, add them together, you get 6. 15 minus 6 is 9. Let's try 19. 1 plus 9 is 10. 19 minus 10 is 9. That works up to 19, but watch what happens over 19. Let's do 20. Here's 20. First step, add the 2 digits together. 2 plus 0 is 2. Put the total underneath and subtract. 20 minus 2 is 18. And look at your answer, 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. Your answer will always add up to 9.
Isn't that a trip? Made me think of Tesla's 3s, 6s, and 9s. I don't know how it's connected, if it is, but Spielberg's ultimatum, how Men in Black almost erased Dark Skies. It's not that big a deal. Sometimes I mix stuff in here that I just watch. That I don't think's that important. Five Below's promoting Ouija boards now for children, and they made them all bright and colorful, so it's more kid friendly.
I'm in Five Below, and my daughter's like, "Ooh, look," and I'm like, "Girl, we are not getting that. No way. Look how they tried to dress it up and make it all pretty. Nuh-uh. And a Ouija board is still in a Ouija board. I can't believe they didn't set this out here, y'all. They are promoting this to the kids.
It's horrible. Look at
Just
that.
casually have it sitting outside of the kids' out. That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Here's the thing: you don't need to believe that Ouija boards are real to understand that these are.
Bad news bears, man. The last time I ever messed with those is after graduating high school and before I went to the Coast Guard. Had my own place, worked for a couple years, and was with some friends at a party, and we all messed with it. And one of the people really spazzed out, kept thinking they were hearing things, and anyway, I just didn't like it. I'm glad I dropped it back then. It says I've officially seen it all. A company, oh man, this is nuts. So this is Matt from Cultivate Elevate. It's a really great channel, I think, page. And it turns out a company cloned his house and his pearl powder video with AI to sell their toxic gummies. So look at this. He shows what happened. So, and we've seen a few of these before where they're stealing people's identities and turning them into commercials. There's a young pretty girl that had that happen to her, and they were selling, some kind of sexual aid type stuff.
Are these dehydrated areas of the eyes, and what Jimarito and lutein is doing when you consume it, you're bringing in structured water, and you're also bringing in selenium, magnesium, and all these beautiful minerals, and that those floaters begin to dissolve. All they are is your eyes are getting dried out. This is even the same thing when people have cataracts and all that. They build a layer on top of their eyes. That layer is just toxins, and the eye is almost like calcifying itself. So when you bring in honey by your body, so people are all walk those thicker and thicker glasses are there to keep.
Okay, so there you go. I thought he was going to say something, but it's pretty obvious what they did. That's creepy, man. That's Black Mirror stuff. Really is. Amazon driver pulls up, unrolls his prayer rug in the driveway, kicks off his shoes, and starts praying to Allah right there on the job on somebody's property. Welcome to America. America.
Put his rug out. And it's praying.
Nice Bronco.
Holy cow.
What are we doing?
Is he praying to the
This is a
Bronco?
first.
That's crazy, man.
He's got his shoes off.
They're getting
in
more
the
bold.
cul-de-sac.
He's
I mean, I guess 6 o'clock is when he's got to pray.
he's worshiping the devil on these people's property.
The ground. Wow. I don't know what's going on here. This is the first. I don't know. Sir, can you get out of the way?
Oh, it's his house?
I am at a loss for words.
Honk. Throw something at it.
Okay. You do you, boo. Put on like leggings.
Wow, there you go, man. Getting bold. Right on some rando's property. Our Obama library video struck a nerve.
From a voicemail we just received.
You're going to hell, buddy.
Nice. Very nice. Why is this guy so incensed with me? It's because we did a YouTube video on the architectural style of the Obama Museum. My contention, because architecture speaks, what Barack Obama was trying to say is he doesn't like traditional America. He wants to deconstruct it. It is out of a Marxist playbook of deconstructionism. It is a building that speaks, and it says terrible things. And because that was posted in the huff and puff and blow your worldview down post, wow, did we feel the love.
I just want to say that I think Charles Field, the pastor, is a what he done. Oh, Obama's building is diabolical. Well, you know what's stupid? Is a grown man who's a president who is a complete criminal, and that would be President Trump. Okay, tell Todd to go himself. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Perhaps you've heard stories of progressives, liberals, people on the left who leave threatening voicemails. We got them. Some people wished that we would go the way of Charlie Kirk. And this was over a critique of the architectural design of a former president's building. What is going on in the hearts of these people? Well, we all know what's going on in the hearts of these people, but the question is, how will we respond to this? We can get agitated, we could retaliate, we could become very condescending and spiteful toward these people. But here's what 1 Peter 4 says, that their judgment is going to be so horrible. He contrasts it to the judgment that God brings to the church for the sake of purification, and he argues from the lesser to the greater. If you think that's hard, purification in the church, just wait till these people are judged on Judgment Day, and that should move us to do 4 things. 1, it should move us to pity them, to pray for them, love them, and ultimately evangelize them.
All right, sir, thanks. He's from Wretched, I think. Yeah, Wretched with Todd Friel. You've ever heard of him before? The next global disaster coming, aka tribulation. Oh, we saw Ashley. Or this is a different one.
The princes of darkness, the spiritual wickednesses in high places, and the worldly governors of this world. So let's take a look at what the princes of darkness and the worldly governors are up to. So CERN's Hadron Collider will be shutting down as of July of this year and will last approximately 4 years. The LS3, or Long Shutdown 3, will begin officially on June 29th. Now, why is this significant? Well, these are the dates for the last long shutdown, LS2, and I think everybody can remember what happened in between those dates. Now, the shutdown comes just coincidentally, just days before America celebrates its 250th anniversary. This also comes around the same time the UN is selecting its new Secretary General. Let's also not forget that all of this is going on at the same time that the World Cup is happening, and at the opening ceremonies, they had some very interesting things that they were showing, such as the Hollywood sign being torn in two. There was also some very interesting symbolism. Again, if you know, you know. I am not going to tell you what that symbol means. You have to look that up. And then this one, which almost looks like buildings collapsing. And if you're thinking, Ashley, you are reaching. You're always reaching. Let's not forget the 2012 opening ceremony for the Olympics, which featured hospital beds, needles, and the Angel of Death. Now, for TikTok purposes, this is just for entertainment only. This is pure speculation. I cannot prove any of this. What I am able to do, though, is open my Bible and read the signs that the Lord gave me. I'm also able to recognize symbolism. I am also able to recognize patterns. And through spiritual law, the enemy has to reveal what they do before they do it. So when we see things like this and we know spiritual law and we are rooted in the truth, in the Word of God, which has the outline of the future, God gave us the literal outline of the future, of the end. He gave us signs of the end, and he said, stay watchful. He said, remember these truths. Remember what I told you. And when you see them start to play out, when you see them come to fruition in your news headlines, know that the end is near. And guess what? We are in that time right now. What happened during these years? The world changed forever. Now, again, just speculation, just my personal opinion. I believe that during this next shutdown, the world is going to change again, forever. This is the pride before the fall. This is the Colosseums of Rome distracting its citizens with sport.
All right, thanks, lady. Just kidding, it's Ashley. I'll call her Ashley. I call most people lady or sir. Sometimes milady. But Ashley, we know Ashley. Here's another really good one. Japanese World Cup fans, they tried Texas barbecue for the first time. I love it. Man, this whole thing's getting me hungry watching these clips today.
Japanese World Cup fans try Texas barbecue for the first time. I love this.
How big is it? Bite.
That's your first ever bite of Texas barbecue. What do you think?
Amazing.
Like not hard. The texture tender. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah. Umami.
I love.
There we go. It's nice to see those. Welcome to America, our friends. Everyone about to find out.
Still haven't got my head round.
Oh, that's all right. This is nothing major. Something's off with music and millions are starting to notice. Yeah, that's right. They call it the blue dot syndrome is one thing happening. But people are starting to realize that just the time we're in now, it's like there's no more, where's the Guns N' Roses? Where's the Nirvana? You know, where are like the true like bands that show up And when they show up, whether you like them or not, but you know they're legendary. It's like we lived through, my Gen X lived through a lot of those where you'd see a new video from some band you never heard of on MTV, and it's like, then you see the next one and it's amazing. Then you see the next one. It's like we're dealing with legends here. There's really nothing like that anymore. These days, nothing new.
Wrigleyville, this place is completely empty for the Mumford & Sons concert. This concert starts in 30 minutes and there's nobody here.
Busiest part of the city.
I don't make the rules.
There is a new phrase going around the music industry right now, and the phrase sounds made up, but the impact certainly is not. And that phrase is blue dot fever. And no, it's not a disease, it's what happens when you open up a seating map for a concert and instead of sold out energy, you see a sea of blue dots. Translation, empty seats, lots of them. And major acts like Post Malone, Meghan Trainor, and the Pussycat Dolls are either delaying, reducing, or quietly removing concerts entirely from their schedules. Problem is, people are doing the math, and it doesn't make sense anymore. The average ticket cost is $140. You have fees, you have increased gas costs, travel costs, and people are just tapping out. And the artists are stuck in the middle right now because a half-empty stadium doesn't just look bad, it can kill an entire tour. Is this just a market correction? Or are we watching the concert bubble pop in real time? Either way, your concert this summer is not guaranteed.
Harry Styles' concert was full of empty seats, but there's so much more to that story. A video went viral showing that half the venue was completely unfilled for his opening show. This has confused people because the event was supposed to be completely sold out on the official ticket sites. It looks like ticket resellers are completely ruining the experience for genuine fans who actually want to go. This situation highlights a massive problem across the music industry right now, with resellers buying up all the tickets. This wasn't a huge problem in the past, but now people...
Music that I listen to, but new music that's being pushed out in the industry today is not... It just ain't there. It ain't hitting nothing from me. I don't feel shit. Like, bring back the shit that hit me. Where is it? It's all like copy paste nowadays. Like, what the fuck?
And I've been saying this for the longest, but nobody listens to me. The reason why R&B music doesn't sound the same anymore, like the 90s or the early 2000s or even the 80s, is because people are not using real instruments. Real instruments are not. They're using some boom box. They tapping a little boom box, or they're using technology to create sounds. They are not using actual drums. You remember back in the day? You hear a beat, you can hear every instrument. Oh, that's a drum. Bow, bow. Okay, that's a guitar. Who on that violin? You feel like you can hear the instruments.
I agree, man. See, that's what I was talking about. There's other people ranting on this and noticing something's off. Indeed.
So I went to the store and this man had a demonic presence with him. Let me tell you a quick story of time about what I did. So I ran down the street to my local store because I needed to grab something to finish cooking what I was cooking. Now, if you know anything about cooking, you know when you got something on the stove, your intention is to get in and get out. You're not there to linger or lollygag. So I go down the aisle, I find what I'm looking for, and I'm going back up the aisle. When I'm going back up the aisle, I see people moving around, but I'm not really focused on any one person because I'm just trying to get to the register. And I'm like, yes, there's nobody there. So I'm really excited about being the first in line so I could get my stuff, check out, and go. Well, I noticed that when I'm standing at the cash register in front of the cashier, she grabs my stuff, but then she freezes, which caused me to look at her like, what is she doing? Then I noticed that her attention isn't on me and it isn't even on my stuff. Her attention is on something or someone behind me. And the look on her face is completely concerned. So I'm like, what's going on? I turn around and I look and I see this man. He is standing a little distance from me and he is talking to something or someone. And he's not speaking English. The language that he was speaking was not a language that was natural. And my discernment was telling me it was not a language speaking to God either. So what power and presence are you speaking to, sir? But I really didn't need to ask myself that question because I could already feel what was going on. So I turn back and I look at the cashier again because I know what's up. And this store has been under attack lately every time I go in there for the past like month and a half, something has happened at this store. And it's been happening to the point where I feel like they might be in danger in there. So I lean over and I ask the cashier, I said, does anybody in this store pray? She says, yes, I do. I said,
I'll go and move on, man. Sorry, this one's kind of dragging on a bit for me. I like to keep it fresh. Life advice from Obi. Oh, there's another. I got into this thing this week. I just kept going through all these older videos. Life advice from Obi, a hermit in 1930, restored in color. This is so cool. From Did You See YouTube channel.
You are welcome to the Obi Joyful Camp.
Let me turn it up.
This bachelor life isn't what it's always cracked up to be. How much nicer it would be if I had one of you young girls out there for my wife to help keep the house. I do believe that the Creator intended that we should live on vegetables, fruits, and cereals and nut meats. There's nobody on earth can have any better blood unless they use these things. I have for 16 years lived right here and partaken of these things freely. I never eat any flesh food of any kind. There's a great dispute about the length of life. If we live as the Creator intended, we should go 8 times our maturity. 150 or 140 years old, or at least 20 years more than we average do. These carrots and beets taste delicious. There's no chance for a chef to improve them anywhere. A horse lives when to mature about 4 years old. And with good care, he many times goes 8 times that, as many of you stage drivers know in the back seat there. These carrots are the most nutritious things for the blood, and the combination with the onions and the beets and the turnips and the celery and the cucumbers are fine. I'm going to eat these right now, and I won't say another word. Let's run out of the guard.
What a character, huh? Someone right out of a movie.
I honestly believe that the women wouldn't be so fat if they should eat this kind of a diet. There is no chance in the world to have any diseases. We should partake freely of fruits, vegetables, cereals, and nut meats, just as the Creator intended for us. These carrots are delicious. These onions are fine. The celery is fine. And the blood absorbs what it needs. The lion and the tiger have a sharp tooth, and they partake of flesh food as the Creator intended. But the elephant and the monkey and the gorilla have the same kind of a tooth that we have for crushing, and they never partake of any flesh food or products, which would be much better off for all of us. The children would have a better foundation in through life if they should live as I have for 33 years. 33. I only eat fruits, vegetables, cereals, and nut meats. And if you list them over sometime, you'll find there's a great variety to select from.
Yeah, that's Obi. Thanks, Obi. Wow, what a trip. That's just so cool. I'm going to find more sometime. Excuse me. A man has reportedly been arrested for cutting President Trump's new American flag blue sealant and ripping it off the Lincoln reflecting pole. It's been another example of that, they call it Trump derangement syndrome, but the left people really spazzing out because he cleaned up the reflecting pole, which of course that's no whole occult thing right there anyway, but he cleaned that up, and people are going there and trying to tear it down, I guess, like protesting. It's like so weird. But it's scary, man. Some people are just really out of their minds, programmed,
A man jumped in the reflecting pool today with all these crowds around, cut out a huge piece of the blue sealant, and tried to get away, but he was arrested. A man jumped in the reflecting.
Yeah, I mean, just the deep hatred, like so many people seem to have for him. It's freaking creepy, man. It's that 10 years of programming. Outrageous suspect in the UK toddler crocodile attack released on bail. Identity still hidden. So in the UK, there was a family that went to a family-run zoo, and they had like a crocodile pit, and some adult man picked up their 3-year-old child, didn't know who they were, and tossed the child into the alligator pit. So last I read, the child is in critical condition but stabilized or whatever. That's the last thing I read. So y'all can, if you know anything more, let me know. But the interesting thing is that the person that did this, the news has been like real hardcore about not putting out any information about him or what he looks like or what his name is or where he's from. So a lot of people are believing this could be another one of those examples of the news kind of covering up crimes from unwelcome visitors, you know?
Somehow, the most important thing in our life are our secular jobs, and therefore we're going to contract our children out to babysitters and to daycare because the important thing is making money or having this job. That is completely reversed. The abandonment of the home, the abandonment of the domestic management of the home by women due to the radical feminist movement is satanic, absolutely satanic. The home is why we work. Parenting isn't just about clothing a child, feeding a child. To create a Christian, to love God and to love people forever. This is the great work. Everything else, work, a house, it's all for that. The idea that somehow the most...
It's well stated, sir. Appreciate it. Whoever you are. I've seen him in clips before. It says, are there no zoning law? Oh, yeah, this is nuts. Another one about data center. A short one. Check it out.
To wear something that would have covered your face a little bit more, like sunglasses or something. Why? Because they have facial recognition in these, and artificial intelligence facial recognition in these cameras. So they can see you. And they'll figure out who you are. I'm Jake Forts, and I'm the resident here in Iowa Street in Lowell, Massachusetts, and you're at my humble abode. So that is the largest part of the Markley Group data center here in Lowell. In Massachusetts, in theory, you can't have a surveillance camera looking at somebody's backyard. And what the hell is that doing in the middle of a residential neighborhood? Without saying too much, being in camera view. It's been answered.
Why do you have to say that?
These cameras are high-tech. They're $1,000 a pop. You have to be guarded on what you say around here just because there is so much surveillance and what you do. Come back and actually see like the fishbowl of which I live in. For me in this neighborhood, it started 11 years ago. Markley came and they started lying immediately. 10 years ago, they put the 2 diesel engines. So if you're looking over here, you can see 4 diesel engines. The furthest 2 were never supposed to be there. Actually, none of these 4 were supposed to be there. It didn't explode until they got the AI in there. So when Markley came, they told us that it was going to be one thing, that it wouldn't have a big impact on the community, and that it was going to be Netflix. And it has been anything but that.
Look at that, this monstrosity right there in that neighborhood. Imagine having to live right next to that thing. So gross. Come quickly, Lord Jesus. What we just saw go down in MLB is straight out of the book of Daniel. Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard about this, but they went after a guy for being a Christian, the MLB. And then James O'Keefe released a video, an undercover video, showing them talking about it, how they're all Marxists. So all these people running supposed to be one of the greatest sports of America are, hate America.
Dudes, these Christian dudes that put a Bible verse on the cap, they tried to make the night about something it wasn't about. What I would say is, nope. The Giants tried to make a night that was supposed to be about baseball, about something else entirely. Several Giants players wrote Bible verses on their caps to respond to Pride Night. Now listen to this language. This gesture echoed a familiar pattern, making a night meant for inclusion about something else entirely. Let me just pause and completely object to the framing of what they just said. Trying to force Christians to publicly deny their 2,000-year-old convictions about gender, marriage, and sexuality. That is when somebody made something that was supposed to be about something else entirely. This right here, I want to give you an image. When these 3 guys, everybody else around them, is wearing the little pride flag, the little flag thingy. And these 3 guys are like, hey man, I can't do it. This is those 3 dudes that night. That is an image from the beginning of the book of Daniel when 3 young men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who were young, strong, smart, probably athletic because it says that they were physically fit guys. An entire culture said, bow down or else. And they said, man, we must obey God rather than men. And when everybody else was bowing down, they refused to do the thing. That is what 3 guys, Landon Rope, JT Brubaker, and Ron Walker did that night at that game. We have 2 commands. Jesus said to love people. The second greatest command is to love your neighbor. We must do this regardless of who they are and whether they love Jesus. But then we also have a command in 2 Corinthians chapter 10. It says we destroy arguments. So Christians, especially pastors, have a command to do two things: love people and destroy arguments. Now, what I've noticed as a pastor is that when you destroy arguments, people accuse you of being unloving towards the people who believe the arguments that you're destroying. And then when you love people who believe the arguments that you ought to be destroying, when you're really loving towards those people, people accuse you of coddling the arguments. And I'm just going to say I reject both those things. At Lake Point, on Live Free, and in my life, what I...
All right. Thank you, sir. I like his clips. He's always got some good wisdom about him, it seems. Pregnant at 40, and the doctor said this. Oh, boy.
And you won't believe what the doctor told her.
I'm 40 years old and I get pregnant. And my doctor says at one of our appointments, there's something wrong with your son. He is not compatible with life. And it's my recommendation you come in tomorrow and we terminate this pregnancy. But here I have this in my Bible that I got in 1993. And it was from a woman who had been praying for me and God told her 10 things. And this is number 10. Your son has a special protection over him. The Lord will guard his heart as you guard your own heart. I'll provide for him and I will protect him.
Wow.
And so I had that in my Bible. And I was like to the doctor, no, absolutely not. And I went down, I sat on the rock where I go every morning with my Bible and a cup of coffee. And I read that to Christian and I said, I don't know if you heard what the doctor said, buddy, but I want you to hear what the Lord said.
Come on, yeah.
And at 38 weeks, she told me she made a mistake. The wrong woman's chart went into my chart.
Stop.
And the kindness of God to speak a word of life so that you can hold on to the word of God. Even I'm thinking of people right now who've been told a diagnosis from the doctor.
Totally.
You know, you can hear what they have to say. We don't disregard that. But what has the Lord spoken over your life?
Pray.
Good stuff, man. Love it. Great message, lady. Thanks. I appreciate you. Oh, excuse me. Stopped for gas in Kentucky, saw the sign, we have disco bathrooms. Thought it was a joke. Stuff like this about America is always fun. The randomness. Some little country place in the middle of nowhere. Bathroom. Do not push this button. All right, we got it. Cool. And for the last clip, still over 900 awesome, cool, interesting, critically thinking people here with us. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate hanging out this afternoon with you. Thank you. Let's check this clip out. This is from James Blackwood, Raccoon Whisperer. These are always cool. That's all he does. He just goes out and feeds these raccoons, and it's pretty cool. He has them like all the time out there, it seems.
Scooters having babies again. Ready for another one, are you? I should cut an extra. Listen to you. Oh, did you get it? Did you get it? Or did you? Oh, she found it. Good girl. There. Oh, stop your growling. Their buckets were filthy today because they dunked those cookies in there all the time. Yeah, I got cookies there too. Oh, how'd that go?
There's more out there. I'll go ahead and stop there. I thought that'd be nice to end on, but yeah, there's some nights he's just had tons out there. I mean, like 12 out there all roaming around him. That's the life. That's the life. I have raccoons over here where I'm at too. They're always up in the attic or the top of the house. I guess you call it an attic, but they come and they go, you know. But what's most important, first off, again, thank you guys. Thanks for the thank you, Tamara, for everything. Thanks for being here, you guys. Thanks for the members. Shout out Subscribe Star fam, of course. But I always want to mention salvation at the end of every show, man. It's the most important thing I can tell you. We're living in that time. Prophecy's playing out right now. Waiting on the Lord. Some people are just waiting on, the big bang to start out here, all the bangs. But there's more to it, because that's why they're bringing in the aliens, all right? It's a big part of the deception coming. Just remember that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Excuse me. And Jesus said, most assuredly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. And you only got two choices, man. It's hell or heaven. That's it. Kingdom of the Lord or kingdom of the devil. You don't want to do that. Most assuredly, I say to you, he who hears my word and believes in him who sent me has everlasting life and shall not come into judgment, but is passed from death into life. So you confess with your mouth, I need to be saved. Jesus, I'm a sinner, and we're all sinners. We all have to be saved. And you believe in your heart, like really believe he's the creator in the flesh, came here in the flesh as Jesus, lived a perfect life, died a horrible, brutal death, was buried, resurrected 3 days later, ascended to heaven, and he's coming back for his bride, which is us. But just trust in him. Believe he'll change your life. He'll help you become the very best version of yourself. And his precious blood covers all your sins, past, present, and future. So I hope you choose wisely and soon. All right, let me say a prayer too. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for these platforms, and thank you so much, of course, for the people, the family, the community we have here. I always hope and pray you will help us to grow in love for each other as brothers and sisters in Christ, and of course impart that to the world. And thanks for being with us also, Lord, just through these times, and for the peace you provide so we can go through all this wild information and keep it in context at all the time waiting on you, our blessed hope, Father. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for the peace you provide. Thanks for everything you provide in our lives, Father. Pray you're with everybody out there. Some people have a lot of needs in these days. I hope you're with them, encourage them, lift them up, heal them, help them in whichever way you choose, and thank you. We love you, Lord, and in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, guys, thank you. Let me jump over here to the chat with y'all for a little bit. Excuse me. Frog in my throat. Guys, thanks again, man. I appreciate you so much. Always a pleasure to hang out with you. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening and a good rest of your weekend. So Monday over on Rumble under KJ Osborne, OZBORNE, that channel. I do my uncensored KJ's What Happened There. So check that out Monday at 2 p.m. Thank you, Lucia. Thanks for the gifts today, you guys, the messages, the support. Truly appreciate everybody. And then this week, of course, I'll have a new video up later in the week, and I'll post up a show for Friday here on YouTube. Just follow Subscribe Star, best place. Thank you for those who do. If not, like I said, you'll find it somewhere. It'll be popping up. But I'll have more content later this week after the Uncensored on Monday. So thank you guys, man. Once again, it's always a pleasure to hang out with you. Thanks again, Tamara, of course, for all you do. And I love you all in Christ, man. I just really appreciate you. Have a great rest of your weekend, okay? And we'll talk to you Monday, all right? See you then. Thanks. Have a good one.